Level 1. Gaslighting. Gaslighting is one of the most insidious tactics in the arsenal of manipulation and dark psychology. At its core, gaslighting is psychological warfare, a method of making someone doubt their own reality, memory, or sanity. The term originates from the 1944 film Gaslight, where a husband manipulates his wife into thinking she's going mad by subtly altering her environment and denying it when she notices. In practice, gaslighting often sounds like, "Don't be so sensitive, I was just joking." That never happened. You're imagining things. You're overreacting, as always. These phrases aren't harmless. Over time, they erode a person's confidence, causing them to question their own judgment. The manipulator gains control by positioning themselves as the sole source of truth. The victim, increasingly uncertain of their own mind, becomes easier to control, more dependent, and less likely to resist. Gaslighting can occur in romantic relationships, workplaces, families, even friendships. A boss might deny ever assigning a task, then berate you for not completing it. A partner might cheat, then convince you you're paranoid for suspecting anything. It's not about lying, it's about rewriting your reality. For the manipulator, the advantage is clear: power. If they can distort your perception, they can shape your actions. It becomes easier to hide abuse, shift blame, and maintain dominance. To resist gaslighting, keep records, texts, emails, journals. Confide in trusted third parties who can offer objective feedback. Most importantly, trust your intuition. If something feels off, it probably is. You don't need permission to believe in your own experience. Recognizing gaslighting is the first step to breaking its hold. Because once someone can no longer twist your reality, they lose their grip on your mind. Level 2. Guilt tripping. Guilt tripping is a subtle yet potent form of emotional manipulation rooted in dark psychology. It involves making someone feel guilty to control their behavior, even when they've done nothing wrong. The manipulator uses implied blame, emotional appeals, and passive-aggressive tactics to provoke compliance. The aim isn't to resolve conflict, it's to extract obedience through shame. Classic guilt tripping sounds like, "After everything I've done for you, this is how you treat me. I guess I'll just suffer alone, since no one cares. If you really loved me, you'd do this for me." These statements aren't open communication. They're calculated pressure. They create emotional discomfort, forcing the target to act out of obligation rather than free will. It's a quiet coercion, often disguised as vulnerability or love. The advantage for the guilt tripper is psychological leverage. By painting themselves as the victim, they reverse the power dynamic. You become the one who must fix things, apologize, or sacrifice, while they maintain the moral high ground. It's a way to manipulate without confrontation, bending people to their will while appearing blameless. Guilt tripping thrives in relationships with blurred boundaries, family, partners, even co-workers. It works especially well on empathetic individuals who are more prone to internalizing guilt and wanting to please others. To counter guilt tripping, recognize the tactic for what it is. Ask yourself, am I being made to feel responsible for someone else's emotions or choices? Set firm boundaries and separate your actions from their emotional blackmail. It's okay to say no without justifying yourself. Ultimately, guilt is a tool. In the wrong hands, it becomes a weapon. Understanding how it's used against you is the first step to disarming it. and reclaiming your autonomy. Level 3. Love bombing. Love bombing is a manipulation tactic dressed in affection. Rooted in dark psychology, it involves overwhelming someone with excessive attention, compliments, gifts, and declarations of love, especially early in a relationship. It feels intoxicating, almost too good to be true. That's because it often is. At first, love bombing might sound like, "You're the best thing that's ever happened to me. I've never felt this way about anyone before. I can't imagine my life without you, not even after just a few days." These grand gestures aren't necessarily genuine. They're strategic. The goal is to create emotional dependency fast. The manipulator floods their target with validation and affection to break down defenses, speed up intimacy, and gain control. Once the victim is hooked, the switch happens. The affection cools, the manipulator withdraws, criticizes, or even becomes cruel. The contrast is jarring, but the memory of that initial high, the love-bombing phase, keeps the victim chasing approval, longing to get back to what once was. It's emotional conditioning, reward, then punishment, then reward again. This tactic gives the manipulator immense power. By creating emotional whiplash, they keep their victim unsteady, craving reassurance, and easier to dominate. It's common in abusive relationships, cult recruitment, and even toxic workplaces. To avoid being love-bombed, move slowly. Genuine love takes time. Be cautious of anyone who rushes intimacy or seems perfect right away. Pay attention to consistency, not intensity. Ask, do their actions match their words over time? Trust isn't built in a flood. It's built in a trickle. When someone tries to drown you in affection, it's often not about love. It's about control. Recognizing love bombing for what it is can mean the difference between falling for a fantasy and protecting your reality. Level 4. Mirroring. Mirroring is a deceptively simple manipulation tactic rooted in dark psychology. It involves subtly imitating someone's behaviors, speech patterns, interests, or emotions to build rapid trust and rapport. On the surface, it feels like deep compatibility. In reality, it's often a carefully constructed illusion. You might notice someone copying your body language, using the same slang, or claiming to love the exact obscure book or band you just mentioned. They finish your sentences, echo your opinions, and seem to get you in a way no one else does. It feels like chemistry, but it may be calculation. The psychological trick behind mirroring is familiarity. We tend to trust people who are like us, so when someone reflects your identity back at you, it triggers comfort, openness, and a sense of belonging. The manipulator isn't showing you who they are. They're showing you who you want them to be. This tactic is often used in romantic pursuits, sales, cult recruitment, or by narcissists and con artists. By mirroring, the user fast-tracks emotional intimacy, bypasses skepticism, and gains influence over your decisions. You're more likely to let your guard down, share secrets, or agree to things you normally wouldn't. To defend against mirroring, take note of how quickly someone aligns with you. Are they always agreeing? Do their interests seem to shift depending on who they're with? Is your connection moving at an unnaturally fast pace? Ask yourself, is this person sharing themselves or just reflecting me back to myself? True connection is built on difference as much as similarity. When someone seems too perfect, it may not be authenticity, it may be strategy. And in the realm of manipulation, The greatest illusion is making you believe you've found someone who finally understands you, when they're just playing a role. Level 5, passive-aggressive behavior. Passive-aggressive behavior is manipulation through subtlety. Unlike direct confrontation, it cloaks hostility in politeness, sarcasm, or silence. It's the art of saying one thing while meaning another, leaving you to question whether there was ever a problem in the first place. Common examples include, "Fine, do whatever you want." "I'm not mad, just disappointed. I guess I'll do it myself, like always." It can show up as the silent treatment, backhanded compliments, procrastination, or deliberate forgetfulness. The passive-aggressive person avoids open conflict, instead choosing to express resentment in ways that are easy to deny if called out. What makes this tactic so effective in dark psychology is its ambiguity. The message is hostile, but the delivery is mild. This puts the target in a bind. Call it out, and you seem overly sensitive or confrontational. Let it slide, and the behavior continues unchecked. Over time, it creates an environment of confusion, self-doubt, and emotional tension. The advantage for the manipulator is control without accountability. They maintain a facade of innocence while still punishing or undermining others. It's a covert form of dominance, hurting without appearing to hurt. To deal with passive-aggressive behavior, clarity is your weapon. Call out the pattern, not with emotion, but with calm assertiveness. Say what you observe without accusation. When you say whatever, it feels like you're upset but not saying it directly. Can we talk about it honestly? Set boundaries. Don't reward cryptic jabs with over-explaining or guilt-driven compliance. Refuse to play the decoding game. Passive aggression thrives in silence and ambiguity. When you refuse to engage on those terms, the manipulator either has to confront the issue openly or lose their ability to quietly control the narrative. Level 6, the foot in the door technique. The foot in the door technique is a classic manipulation strategy rooted in behavioral psychology. It works by getting someone to agree to a small, easy request first, then following up with a larger, more significant one. Once you've said yes to the first ask, you're far more likely to agree to the second, even if it's something you would have normally resisted. This tactic is often disguised as harmless. "Can I borrow $5? Becomes, "Actually, can you spot me 20? Would you mind signing this petition?" Turns into, "Now will you donate to the cause? Can I ask you for a small favor?" Escalates to, "Can you do this big task for me?" The psychological principle behind it is consistency. Humans like to appear consistent in their behavior. Once we've committed to something, we tend to follow through to avoid internal discomfort or seeming unreliable. Manipulators exploit this by easing you in and slowly turning up the pressure. Used in sales, relationships, politics, or cult recruitment, the foot-in-the-door technique is a subtle way to bypass defenses. Each agreement chips away at resistance, making the final, larger ask feel like a natural progression instead of a manipulation. To avoid falling into this trap, pause between requests, especially if the second one feels disproportionate to the first. Ask yourself, would I have agreed to this bigger request if it was presented on its own? If not, it's a red flag. Be wary of incremental commitments, especially when they start small but escalate quickly. It's okay to change your mind, even if you already said yes to the first ask. Saying no later isn't a betrayal. it's a boundary. The foot in the door may seem polite, but once it's inside, it often pushes much further than you ever expected. Level 7, the door-in-the-face technique. The door-in-the-face technique is a manipulation strategy that relies on calculated rejection. It begins with an unreasonably large request, one the manipulator knows you'll refuse. Then almost immediately, they follow it up with a smaller, more reasonable request. The catch? That smaller request was their goal all along. Common examples sound like this. Can you donate $500 to our organization? No. Well, even $20 would help. Will you help me move all weekend? That's too much. Okay, how about just a couple hours on Saturday? Can you work late every night this week? No. Then could you just stay late tonight? The psychology behind it is based on the principle of reciprocal concession. When someone makes a large request and then backs down, it feels like they're compromising. Subconsciously, you feel social pressure to meet them halfway, even though that compromise is exactly what they wanted in the first place. This tactic gives the user the upper hand by reframing their actual goal as a favor or concession. You walk away feeling like you've avoided something worse when in reality, you've been maneuvered into compliance. To avoid falling for this manipulation, recognize the setup. An absurd ask followed by a quick retreat. Ask yourself, is this second request something I genuinely want to do? Or do I feel obligated because it seems better than the first one? Buy yourself time. Don't agree in the moment just because you're uncomfortable saying no twice in a row. You're not rude for holding your ground. You're being deliberate. The door-in-the-face technique makes it feel like you're in control, but in truth, the manipulator opened with a bluff, then walked you straight into the real trap. Level 8, Triangulation. Triangulation is a manipulation tactic rooted in dark psychology, where a third party is introduced, real or imagined, to create tension, rivalry, or dependency between two people. It's a way to destabilize relationships, sow insecurity, and maintain control by forcing others to compete for approval or validation. A classic example is in romantic relationships. I mean, she never made me feel this way. My ex used to do this better. Everyone else thinks I'm right. You're just being difficult. In friendships or family, it might sound like, even your sister agrees with me. I wouldn't normally say this, but people have been talking about how you've changed. The manipulator never deals with conflict directly. Instead, they bring in another person, either literally or by invoking their opinion, to shift the power dynamic. The target is left off balance, wondering who to trust, and often begins to compete for the manipulator's attention, approval, or loyalty. The advantage for the manipulator is psychological control. By creating tension or insecurity between others, they remain at the center of the relationship triangle, positioned as the one in control. It also prevents unity. If two people are focused on each other with suspicion, they're less likely to challenge the one pulling the strings. To avoid being caught in triangulation, stay alert to indirect comparisons or vague references to other people. When someone invokes a third party to validate their perspective, ask for specifics, or better yet, refocus on your experience in the relationship. Encourage direct communication. Say, let's talk about us, not them. Refuse to compete for someone's approval or affection. Healthy relationships don't require rivalry. Triangulation thrives in secrecy and comparison. Shine a light on it, and the triangle collapses, leaving the manipulator exposed and your clarity restored. Level 9. Silent Treatment. The silent treatment is a manipulative tactic disguised as silence. On the surface, it may look like someone just needs space. But in the context of dark psychology, it's a deliberate method of control. It's not about cooling off after conflict. It's about punishing someone by withdrawing communication, affection, or presence, creating emotional discomfort until they submit. Common forms include ignoring calls or texts after a disagreement, giving one-word answers or flat-out refusing to speak, acting as if the other person doesn't exist, even in shared spaces. The message isn't verbal, but it's loud. You've upset me, and I'll make you suffer until you fix it. This tactic creates anxiety, guilt, and self-doubt in the target. The manipulator doesn't need to explain what's wrong. The silence forces the other person to reflect, apologize, or overcompensate, often without knowing what they did wrong. It shifts the blame entirely. Over time, the target becomes conditioned to fear disconnection and will do anything to avoid it. The silent treatment gives the user emotional power. By withholding attention and approval, they create a dynamic where the other person chases reconciliation, handing over control without realizing it. It's especially effective in close relationships, where connection is a powerful emotional need. To avoid being controlled by the silent treatment, recognize it for what it is, a form of passive-aggressive punishment. Don't beg for engagement. Instead, name the behavior. I'm open to talking when you're ready, but I won't play games with silence. Set boundaries around healthy communication. Respect for space is mutual, but manipulation is not. When someone uses silence as a weapon, the most powerful response is to stay calm, stand firm, and refuse to let their absence dictate your worth. Level 10. Playing the victim. Playing the victim is a manipulation tactic that flips the script. Instead of taking responsibility, the manipulator casts themselves as the innocent party, helpless, misunderstood, or wronged, regardless of the actual facts. It's not about being hurt. It's about weaponizing that hurt to gain sympathy, avoid blame, and control others. You'll hear it in statements like, "Why are you attacking me when I was just trying to help? I can't believe you're making me feel like the bad guy. I guess I'm just never good enough for anyone." These phrases don't open the door to honest discussion. They shut it. By framing themselves as the victim, manipulators derail the conversation and shift the emotional spotlight. Suddenly, it's no longer about what they did. It's about how you made them feel. The advantage of this tactic is powerful. People are naturally wired to protect the vulnerable. When someone appears hurt or fragile, our instinct is to comfort them, not confront them. The manipulator exploits this instinct to dodge accountability, guilt-trip others, or regain control of a situation they're losing. This behavior can appear in relationships, families, friendships, and even workplaces. Over time, it creates a toxic dynamic where confronting bad behavior feels cruel, because you're made to feel like you're kicking someone who's already down. To defend against this, focus on the facts, not the feelings being projected. Acknowledge emotions without abandoning the truth. Say things like, "I understand you're upset, but that doesn't change what happened." refuse to be guilted into silence. Real victims seek support and growth. Manipulative ones seek power. The difference lies in intention, and recognizing that can be the first step toward breaking the emotional chokehold of false victimhood. Level 11, False Humility. False humility is manipulation wrapped in modesty. It's when someone downplays their abilities, achievements, or importance, not out of genuine humility, but to fish for praise, disarm criticism, or gain influence. At first glance, it looks like selflessness. In reality, it's a strategic performance designed to make others drop their guard. Common examples include, "Oh, I didn't do much. They handled most of it," when they led the entire project. "I'm really not that smart," after consistently outperforming everyone. "I just got lucky," while actively seeking recognition or control behind the scenes. This kind of modesty isn't about shrinking the ego. It's about managing perception. The manipulator appears humble, but their aim is often validation, admiration, or power. By pretending to reject praise, they invite even more of it. By seeming self-deprecating, they neutralize envy or suspicion, and by lowering expectations, they set themselves up to exceed them, earning further praise and trust. The advantage is clear. False humility builds social capital. It masks ambition behind relatability. People are more likely to trust, help, or follow someone who appears humble and unthreatening, even if that persona is carefully curated. To spot false humility, look for patterns. Does their modesty lead to compliments, sympathy, or strategic gain? Do they deflect credit publicly, but demand recognition privately? Is their self-deprecation a performance, or does it stem from sincerity? To avoid being manipulated, focus less on words and more on actions. Genuine humility doesn't need an audience. Be wary of those who consistently put themselves down in ways that subtly lift them up. False humility is not about being small. It's about appearing small to become powerful. Recognize it for what it is, and you'll see the strings behind the smile. Level 12, Minimization. Minimization is a manipulation tactic rooted in downplaying harm, responsibility, or emotional impact. It's the act of making serious issues seem insignificant, brushing off real problems as overreactions, exaggerations, or misunderstandings. In dark psychology, minimization is used to distort reality, avoid accountability, and silence valid emotions. It often sounds like, "It wasn't that bad. You're being too sensitive. I was just joking. Don't make a big deal out of it. That only happened once. Why are you still talking about it?" Whether used in relationships, workplaces, or family dynamics, the goal is the same: to invalidate the other person's experience. The manipulator reframes the situation to make the victim question their reaction, feel ashamed for speaking up, or even believe that they're at fault. The advantage for the manipulator is control without confrontation. By making the problem seem smaller, they protect their image, avoid consequences, and make it harder for others to hold them accountable. It's a subtle form of gaslighting. Reality isn't denied outright, but it's diluted, reshaped into something easier to dismiss. Over time, victims of minimization may begin to distrust their own emotions. They learn to silence themselves, tolerate mistreatment, and doubt whether they deserve to be upset. To resist minimization, hold firm to your experience. If something hurt you, it matters. You're not required to justify your feelings or shrink your pain to make others comfortable. Use clear, assertive language. "It may not seem like a big deal to you, but it is to me." Seek support from people who validate your reality. Manipulators rely on isolation and self-doubt. Break that cycle by standing in your truth. Minimization might look like peacekeeping on the surface, but underneath it's a way of erasing harm while keeping control. Don't let someone else decide how much your pain is allowed to matter. Level 13, Projection. Projection is a defense mechanism turned manipulation tactic, one of the most deceptive tools in dark psychology. It involves accusing others of thoughts, feelings, or behaviors that the manipulator themselves is guilty of. Rather than face their own flaws, they project them onto someone else, flipping the script and shifting the blame. You'll hear it in phrases like, "Why are you so jealous?" from someone who's been hiding their own infidelity. "You're so controlling," says the person who constantly dictates your choices. "I can't trust you," from someone who lies without hesitation. At its core, projection is about evasion. The manipulator can't or won't accept uncomfortable truths about themselves. So they redirect that negativity outward, making you the problem. This tactic not only protects their self-image but also destabilizes you emotionally. You start second-guessing yourself. Am I really like that? Did I do something wrong? The advantage of projection is twofold. It disarms criticism before it lands and puts the target on the defensive. Instead of confronting the manipulator's behavior, you're forced to defend your own, diverting attention and giving them the upper hand. To resist projection, practice emotional detachment in the moment. When accusations feel strangely out of sync with your actions, pause and reflect. Does this behavior actually reflect me or them? Keep records if the dynamic is chronic. Clarity over time will reveal the pattern. Call it out calmly if safe to do so. That doesn't reflect what I've done, but it sounds like something that's been on your mind. Projection thrives when the target internalizes the blame. The antidote is self-awareness and grounded confidence. When you know who you are, someone else's distortions can't rewrite your reality. Recognize projection for what it is, a mirror held up in reverse, showing you their reflection, not yours. Level 14, Emotional Invalidation. Emotional invalidation is a subtle yet deeply damaging manipulation tactic rooted in dark psychology. It involves dismissing, minimizing, or mocking someone's feelings, sending the message that their emotions are wrong, exaggerated, or unworthy of recognition. Over time, this erodes a person's ability to trust their own emotional experiences. Common examples include, "Stop being so dramatic." "You're overreacting, it's not a big deal." "Other people have it worse. You should be grateful." "Why are you so emotional all the time?" Rather than offering support or empathy, the manipulator uses invalidation to assert control. By undermining your feelings, they gain the upper hand in the conversation, positioning themselves as rational, calm, or morally superior, while you're left feeling irrational, weak, or ashamed. The real power of emotional invalidation lies in the confusion it creates. When someone repeatedly tells you your feelings are unjustified, you begin to question your own reality. You start suppressing emotions, second-guessing your instincts, and walking on eggshells to avoid being labeled too sensitive. For the manipulator, the advantage is clear: silence, compliance, and emotional dominance. If you stop expressing your needs, they never have to meet them. If you doubt your own reactions, you're less likely to challenge theirs. To avoid falling victim to emotional invalidation, trust your internal compass. Your feelings don't require external approval to be valid. Practice naming your emotions clearly and calmly. I'm not overreacting. This is how I feel. And it matters. Surround yourself with people who listen rather than dismiss. And most importantly, don't internalize someone else's refusal to acknowledge your emotions. That's not a reflection of your worth. It's a reflection of their limitations. Emotional invalidation is control through quiet erasure. Recognizing it is the first step in reclaiming your voice and the right to feel without apology. Level 15, Denial of Accountability. Denial of accountability is a manipulation tactic deeply rooted in dark psychology. It involves refusing to take responsibility for one's actions, often by shifting blame, making excuses, or rewriting the narrative entirely. Rather than admit fault, the manipulator distorts the truth to avoid consequences and maintain control. Common examples include, "I never said that. You must be remembering it wrong. It's not my fault you took it that way. You made me act that way by pushing me. I only did it because I was stressed. You know how I get." This tactic serves a clear purpose: self-protection. By denying accountability, the manipulator shields their ego and avoids the discomfort of guilt or shame. But more than that, it's a calculated strategy. If they can deflect blame, they shift the emotional burden onto you. You become the one apologizing, explaining, or overthinking, while they escape the fallout. Over time, this dynamic becomes toxic. You start to question your memory, your emotions, even your reality. It becomes harder to call out wrongdoing because each confrontation turns into a maze of excuses and reversals. The advantage for the manipulator is power through confusion. If nothing is ever their fault, they never have to change. They can continue harmful behavior while convincing you that you're the problem. To counter this, stay grounded in facts and patterns, not just isolated incidents. Use clear, assertive language. Regardless of your reasons, your actions caused harm. Don't argue about intent. Focus on impact. Set boundaries around accountability. A person who consistently refuses to take responsibility is showing you who they are. Believe them. Denial of accountability isn't just about avoiding blame. It's about rewriting the story so that you carry the weight they refuse to own. Recognizing this is the first step towards stepping out of the manipulation. Level 16, Intermittent Reinforcement. Intermittent reinforcement is a powerful and often devastating manipulation tactic rooted in behavioral psychology. It involves rewarding someone inconsistently, sometimes giving affection, praise, or attention, and other times withholding it without explanation. This unpredictability creates a psychological loop that keeps the victim hooked, constantly chasing the next reward. Common examples include a partner who is loving one day and cold the next, with no clear reason. A boss who occasionally praises your work but ignores or criticizes it at other times. A friend who disappears for weeks, then suddenly showers you with attention. The key is inconsistency. The manipulator trains you to crave their approval by delivering it unpredictably. Much like a gambler pulling a slot machine lever, you start to invest more time, energy, emotion, hoping that this time you'll get what you want. The psychological effect is profound. Intermittent reinforcement triggers intense emotional dependency. Because the rewards come irregularly, The victim values them more and becomes more desperate to earn them. It becomes difficult to leave the relationship or situation, even if it's toxic, because the potential for positive reinforcement still exists, and that hope is addictive. For the manipulator, the advantage is complete control. They keep you in a state of emotional uncertainty, always off balance, always needing them. It's a strategy often seen in narcissistic abuse, toxic relationships, and cult-like environments. To protect yourself, learn to recognize patterns. Consistency is a hallmark of healthy relationships. If someone gives affection or validation only when it benefits them, take a step back, set boundaries, and observe how they react. A person who withholds care as punishment or manipulation will often escalate when their control is threatened. Intermittent reinforcement doesn't just manipulate your feelings, it rewires your behavior. Awareness is your first defense against its grip. Level 17. Feigned ignorance. Feigned ignorance is a manipulation tactic where someone pretends not to know or understand something in order to avoid responsibility, delay consequences, or maintain control. It's the calculated act of playing dumb, masking intention, insight, or awareness to gain the upper hand without appearing overtly aggressive. Common examples include, "Oh, I didn't realize that upset you," after repeating the same behavior multiple times. "I had no idea that was due today," despite clear communication and reminders. "Wait, you wanted credit for that? I thought it was a team effort." "Sorry, I didn't think that rule applied to me." At first it may seem harmless, just a misunderstanding. But when used consistently, feigned ignorance becomes a shield. The manipulator dodges blame, plays innocent, and forces others to over-explain, overcompensate, or take on extra responsibility. The advantage is twofold: plausible deniability and lowered expectations. If they're constantly confused or unaware, people start doing the heavy lifting for them, emotionally, mentally, and practically. They create a dynamic where others are expected to manage their actions, protect their image, or clean up their mess. It also allows the manipulator to cross boundaries without confrontation. If they're called out, they can always fall back on, "I didn't know." Meanwhile, the damage is already done. To defend against feigned ignorance, document communication and expectations. Set clear boundaries and hold people accountable, whether they knew or not. Don't be afraid to say, "We've discussed this before," or "This isn't the first time." Watch for patterns. One mistake is human. Repeated confusion is strategy. Feigned ignorance isn't about lack of understanding. It's about calculated avoidance. When someone consistently plays dumb at the exact moments it benefits them, they're not clueless. They're controlling the game. Recognizing this tactic is the first step to ending it. Level 18. Appeal to authority. Appeal to authority is a manipulative tactic that leverages status, expertise, or power, real or perceived, to shut down critical thinking and force compliance. It's not about facts or logic, it's about who said it. In dark psychology, this tactic is used to override objections, silence dissent, and create an illusion of certainty. Common examples include, "Trust me, I know what I'm talking about. I've been doing this for years." "Everyone in charge agrees with me, so you should too." "Dr. X said this is true, so there's no point in arguing." "My mentor told me this is the only way. It has to be right." The problem isn't authority itself. It's when authority is used as a weapon, when someone expects you to accept a claim just because of their title, experience, or connection, without question or evidence. In manipulative hands, this tactic discourages independent thought. People are conditioned to obey those with authority, so questioning them feels uncomfortable, even wrong. That discomfort is what the manipulator counts on. The advantage for the user is control through intimidation or perceived credibility. By appealing to a higher power, they sidestep scrutiny and make you feel naive or foolish for doubting them. It's especially powerful in hierarchies, workplaces, religious groups, academic settings, where challenging authority has social or professional risks. To counter this tactic, separate the message from the messenger, ask for evidence, test claims against reason, not just reputation. Titles and credentials can add weight, but they don't make someone infallible. True authority invites questions. Manipulative authority silences them. When someone demands trust without transparency or obedience without clarity, you're not being educated. You're being controlled. Stay curious, stay skeptical, and remember, critical thinking isn't disrespectful. It's your best defense against manipulation in a world full of confident voices. Level 19. Overloading with information. Overloading with information, also known as information dumping or data drowning, is a manipulation tactic rooted in cognitive overwhelm. It involves flooding someone with excessive details, technical jargon, or rapid-fire explanations, so much so that they struggle to process what's being said. The goal isn't to inform, it's to confuse, distract, or dominate. Common examples include a salesperson rattling off dozens of product specs to pressure a rushed decision, a manipulative partner bringing up every past argument in one conversation to deflect from the current issue, a boss or authority figure burying their reasoning under corporate speak or convoluted explanations so you won't question their decision, a conspiratorial manipulator overwhelming someone with articles, stats, and charts to push a biased narrative. The advantage for the manipulator is control through confusion. When your mind is overwhelmed, your critical thinking shuts down. You're more likely to defer to the speaker, agree without fully understanding, or give up trying to argue. This tactic gives the illusion of intelligence or credibility, but in reality, it's a smokescreen. It also allows the manipulator to hide lies, contradictions, or manipulative intentions in a flood of irrelevant or half-true information. To avoid falling victim to this tactic, slow down the conversation, ask for one point at a time, say things like, "Let's take that step by step. Can you explain that part again, clearly? If this is important, let's break it down." Don't be afraid to pause, ask questions, or request a written clarification. True experts simplify, manipulators complicate. Information is power, but too much, too fast, in the wrong hands, becomes a weapon. Stay grounded, stay focused, and remember, clarity is your shield against the flood of confusion. Level 20. Strategic compliments. Strategic compliments are a subtle form of manipulation disguised as flattery. While genuine praise builds connection, strategic compliments are calculated. They're used to influence behavior, lower defenses, or gain favor. In dark psychology, these compliments aren't about making you feel good. They're about making you more compliant. Common examples include, "You're so smart, I bet you'll agree with me on this." "No one handles pressure like you do." That's why I need you to take this on. You're way more mature than others. I knew you'd understand. I love how honest you are. That's why I feel safe telling you this secret. These statements appear kind, even empowering, but beneath the surface they're crafted to disarm. The manipulator uses your need for validation to guide your choices, turning praise into pressure. You're more likely to say yes, let things slide, or align with them just to live up to the compliment. Strategic compliments give the user a psychological edge. They get what they want without appearing forceful. Instead of demanding, they suggest, wrapped in flattery. It creates an emotional debt. They made you feel good, so now you feel obligated to return the favor. To protect yourself, pay attention to timing and intent. Is the compliment tied directly to a request, expectation, or persuasion attempt? Does it feel sincere or rehearsed and transactional? Check how you feel after the compliment, empowered or subtly pressured. Healthy praise is honest and freely given. Manipulative flattery always comes with strings attached. To counter it, respond with awareness. Thanks, I appreciate that. Let me think it over. A compliment isn't a contract. Don't let praise cloud your judgment or override your instincts. In the wrong hands, kindness becomes a tool of control. Strategic compliments aren't about you. They're about what someone else wants from you. Level 21. Fear of missing out manipulation. Fear of missing out manipulation is a tactic that preys on a fundamental human fear. Being left out, left behind, or left outpaced. It's not just about envy. It's about urgency, scarcity, and the idea that if you don't act now, you'll regret it forever. In dark psychology, FOMO becomes a weapon to pressure decisions, override logic, and provoke emotional reactions. Common examples include, this offer ends tonight. You don't want to miss out, do you? Everyone's going to this event. It'll be life-changing. There are only 3 spots left, and people are already signing up. You're the only one who hasn't joined. Don't be the odd one out. FOMO works because it triggers anxiety and insecurity. It shifts your focus from what you want to what you might lose. Instead of asking, is this right for me? You start thinking, what if I regret not doing this? Manipulators use this to push products, ideas, relationships, or social dynamics. They create artificial scarcity, exaggerate social proof, or make experiences sound exclusive and urgent. The goal is to rush your decision-making, bypassing your usual skepticism. The advantage for the manipulator is speed and compliance. If you act out of fear, you're less likely to think critically or ask questions. You make choices that serve them, not necessarily you. To protect yourself, slow down. Ask, would I still want this if there were no time limit? Am I excited or just afraid of missing out? Recognize emotional urgency as a red flag, not a green light. Healthy decisions come from clarity, not pressure. If something's truly worthwhile, it'll stand the test of time. Without fear tactics. FOMO manipulation doesn't just sell a product or idea. It sells anxiety and disguises it as opportunity. Don't buy it without thinking twice. Level 22. Creating false urgency. Creating false urgency is a manipulation tactic designed to pressure you into making quick decisions by fabricating a sense of limited time or opportunity. In dark psychology, this technique exploits your instinct to act fast under pressure, triggering panic, impulsivity, and the fear of loss, all while steering you toward a decision that benefits them, not you. Common examples include, This deal is only available for the next 10 minutes. If you don't decide now, someone else will take your spot. I need your answer immediately, or I'll have to move on. You're running out of chances. This is a once-in-a-lifetime offer. These scenarios are engineered to bypass your critical thinking. When urgency is high, rationality takes a back seat. You don't have time to reflect, compare, or question. You're too focused on avoiding the looming consequence of missing out. That's exactly what the manipulator wants. The advantage is clear: control. False urgency makes you compliant, malleable, and quick to say yes. It stops you from weighing options or identifying red flags. And once you commit under pressure, it's harder to walk back the decision without feeling foolish or guilty. To avoid falling into this trap, take a step back, literally and mentally. If someone's pushing you to act now, ask yourself, what's the rush? Is this deadline real or manufactured? Give yourself space to verify claims and assess whether the urgency aligns with the value. Set your own pace. A legitimate opportunity will still be there when you're ready. Manipulators fear your clarity. That's why they try to take it away. False urgency is the illusion of time running out, created to steal your ability to choose freely. When you slow down, the pressure loses power, and so does the person using it. Level 23, Future Faking. Future faking is a manipulation tactic that involves making grand promises about the future to get what the manipulator wants in the present, without any real intention of following through. In dark psychology, it's used to create hope, loyalty, and emotional investment, only to pull the rug out once the manipulator has gotten what they needed. Common examples include, "I can't wait for us to move in together someday," said to prolong a relationship they aren't committed to. "Once this project is done, you'll get a raise, I promise." Used to squeeze more work without compensation. "We're going to build something huge, just stick with me," said by a friend, boss, or partner, to keep you around without delivering anything real. Future faking is seductive. It paints a beautiful picture of what could be, tapping into your deepest desires: love, success, recognition, stability. It keeps you hooked, not with what is, but with what might be. And that illusion can be powerful enough to override red flags and unmet needs in the present. The advantage for the manipulator is emotional control. By dangling the future like a carrot on a stick, they keep you chasing, sacrificing, and staying loyal, often long after they've stopped giving you anything real in return. To defend against future faking, focus on patterns, not promises. Do their actions match their words? Have similar promises been made before and quietly forgotten? Ask for specifics and timelines. Vague dreams are easy to sell. Real plans come with accountability. Healthy people build trust through consistency, not fantasy. If someone constantly talks about a future that never arrives, it's not hope. It's bait. Future faking doesn't build relationships or success. It builds castles in the air and leaves you living in the ruins. Recognize it early and choose reality over illusion. Level 24, Covert Contracts. Covert contracts are unspoken, one-sided agreements created by manipulators who expect something in return for their actions, without ever communicating those expectations. In dark psychology, this tactic thrives on silence, guilt, and obligation. The manipulator does something for you not out of kindness, but as a hidden trade, then becomes resentful or controlling when you don't hold up your end. even though you never agreed to anything. Common examples include, "I've always been there for you, and this is how you repay me." "I did all this to make you happy, but you don't even notice." "I helped you move last year. I thought you'd want to return the favor." "I listen to your problems all the time. Why aren't you there for me right now?" The manipulator never makes their expectations explicit. Instead, they keep the contract hidden, performing favors, kindness, or emotional labor while silently expecting repayment. Whether through loyalty, praise, affection, or compliance. When they don't get what they want, they act hurt, passive-aggressive, or lash out, making you feel like the one who broke the deal. The advantage here is plausible deniability. The manipulator appears generous on the surface while maintaining control underneath. It's a form of emotional blackmail, where guilt replaces communication and silence becomes a trap. To protect yourself, be alert to patterns of strings-attached kindness. If someone's help or attention consistently comes with emotional consequences, it may be a covert contract. Practice direct communication. If you expected something in return, that should have been said up front. Also, avoid creating covert contracts yourself. If you want something, ask. Healthy relationships are built on honesty, not unspoken debts. Covert contracts are manipulation disguised as generosity. The only way to break them is to bring the terms into the light and refuse to play by invisible rules. Level 25, Shaming. Shaming is a manipulative tactic that targets your sense of self-worth. It's designed to make you feel flawed, inadequate, or wrong. Not because you've done something harmful, but because the manipulator wants control. In dark psychology, shame isn't used to guide. It's used to break down, leaving you emotionally vulnerable and easier to influence. Common examples include, "You call yourself a real man, woman. That's pathetic." "Wow, I guess you're just not as smart as I thought." Only someone selfish would make a choice like that. "You should be ashamed for even thinking that." Unlike guilt, which focuses on behavior, you did something wrong. Shame attacks identity. You are wrong. The manipulator uses this to tap into your deepest insecurities, undermining your confidence and autonomy. When someone feels ashamed, they often try to fix themselves to regain approval, even if they haven't done anything wrong. The advantage for the manipulator is total psychological leverage. Shame silences dissent, weakens boundaries, and creates dependency. You stop trusting yourself and instead look to them for validation, guidance, and permission. This dynamic is common in toxic relationships, abusive families, cult-like groups, and authoritarian environments. To defend against shaming, start by identifying it. Ask yourself, is this criticism about something I did, or is it an attack on who I am? Healthy feedback aims to help, not humiliate. Set firm emotional boundaries and don't absorb blanket statements that define your worth. Respond with grounded confidence. You're entitled to your opinion, but that doesn't define me. Surround yourself with people who speak with honesty, not cruelty. Shame is a powerful weapon, but only when you accept it as truth. When you reclaim your voice and sense of self, the manipulator's greatest tool begins to lose its grip. Level 26, Gaslighting by Omission. Gaslighting by omission is a subtle yet powerful form of psychological manipulation. Unlike traditional gaslighting, which often involves outright lies or contradictions, this version operates in the shadows through what is not said. The manipulator carefully withholds key pieces of information to control your perception of reality. It's not just silence, it's strategic silence. A common example: a partner cheats, but tells you, "I was out with friends," omitting the crucial detail of who was there. Or a boss blames you for a failed project, but conveniently leaves out the fact that they changed the scope last minute. In families, a parent may distort childhood memories by excluding their own role in past conflicts, shaping a false narrative over time. The result? You start to question your memory, your instincts, and even your sanity. This tactic gives the manipulator immense power. By curating reality, they shape how others perceive events, absolving themselves of accountability while shifting blame. It allows them to appear innocent, even honest, because technically, they didn't lie. This plausible deniability creates confusion and self-doubt in the target, keeping them compliant and dependent. Avoiding this trap requires vigilance and trust in your intuition. If something feels off, it probably is. Ask direct questions, cross-reference stories, keep records if necessary. Most importantly, don't ignore the gaps in a narrative. What's left out is just as important as what's said. Healthy relationships are built on transparency, not carefully crafted half-truths. Gaslighting by omission is a quiet erosion of truth. It doesn't need to shout. It simply whispers less and lets you fill in the blanks. And in those blanks, it rewrites reality. Level 27, Negging. Negging is a manipulative tactic often disguised as flirtation or teasing. On the surface, it sounds like a joke or a backhanded compliment, but beneath the smile is a calculated strategy to undermine your confidence just enough that you seek the manipulator's approval. Common examples include phrases like, "You're pretty for someone your age," or "You'd be really attractive if you lost a little weight." It might even take subtler forms, like comparing you to an ex or saying, "You're not like most girls, thank God." These statements are designed to sting just slightly, planting a seed of self-doubt while making the manipulator seem just out of reach, someone whose validation you suddenly crave. The user of negging gains power by lowering your self-esteem in small increments. It's a psychological push and pull. They wound you, then offer just enough approval to keep you engaged. This dynamic creates an unbalanced emotional exchange where you're constantly trying to earn their acceptance, even if you don't realize it. That need for approval becomes a hook. Negging thrives in social environments where confidence is currency. Dating scenes, friend groups, even workplaces. And because it's often masked as humor or flirtation, many victims don't recognize it until their self-image has already eroded. To avoid being manipulated by negging, listen to how someone's words make you feel, not just what they literally say. If compliments come with a sting, trust your gut. Set boundaries. Call out subtle put-downs when you hear them. Genuine connections don't require you to feel less than to stay interested. Negging isn't charm, it's control with a smile. And once you stop needing their validation, their power disappears. Level 28. Forced dependency. Forced dependency is a manipulative tactic where one person creates or exaggerates another's reliance on them, emotionally, financially, or psychologically, to maintain control. Unlike healthy support, which empowers, forced dependency limits freedom and autonomy under the guise of care. It starts subtly. A partner insists on handling all the finances, so you don't have to stress. A parent discourages their adult child from moving out, citing safety or cost concerns. A friend or mentor gives constant advice but shames you when you make independent choices. In extreme cases, abusers might isolate victims from friends or job opportunities, ensuring they have nowhere else to turn. The manipulator's goal is simple: control. By making you dependent on them, they become indispensable. This creates a power imbalance where you hesitate to challenge or leave because you fear you can't function without them. The user gets obedience, admiration, and loyalty without ever earning it. What makes forced dependency so insidious is that it often looks like love, protection, or generosity. The help feels genuine at first, until it starts to suffocate. Over time, you might lose confidence in your own abilities, believing the manipulator's narrative. You need me. You'd fall apart without me. To avoid this trap, pay attention to how help is given. Real support uplifts, it doesn't restrict. Ask yourself, are your choices respected? Are you encouraged to grow independently? Do you feel free or trapped? Set boundaries, maintain your own skills, finances, and social connections. And if someone resists your independence, question why. Forced dependency is a cage built from favors, fears, and false kindness. The key to escaping it isn't just breaking free. It's remembering you were never weak to begin with. Level 29. Threat of abandonment. The threat of abandonment is a manipulation tactic where someone uses the fear of being left, emotionally, physically, or socially, to control another person's behavior. It doesn't always come in the form of a direct threat. Often it's implied, if you really loved me, you wouldn't do that. I guess I'll just leave then. People always let me down. Don't be one of them. This tactic creates a psychological leash. By instilling the fear that any disagreement or display of independence could lead to rejection, the manipulator ensures compliance. The target becomes overly cautious, walking on eggshells, trying not to push them away. Over time, self-expression erodes, needs are silenced. The relationship becomes less about connection and more about not being left. Common examples include a partner threatening to break up after every argument, a friend who withdraws affection unless you do what they want, or a parent who gives conditional love, saying things like, "After all I've done, you'd really leave me." The manipulator's advantage is emotional dominance. They weaponize your attachment and fear of loss to shape your actions. The threat doesn't even need to be followed through. The possibility is often enough to control. To resist this tactic, recognize emotional blackmail when it appears. Healthy relationships don't make love conditional on obedience. You should never have to sacrifice your boundaries to keep someone close. If someone threatens to leave every time they don't get their way, they aren't offering love, they're offering leverage. Establish self-worth outside the relationship. Surround yourself with people who respect your autonomy. And remember, someone who truly values you won't use abandonment as a bargaining chip. Fear of loss is powerful, but fear shouldn't be the price of keeping someone around. Level 30. Scarcity illusion. The scarcity illusion is a psychological manipulation tactic that creates a false sense of urgency or exclusivity to influence decisions. It operates on a basic human instinct. We fear missing out. When something seems limited, whether it's time, love, attention, or opportunity, We're more likely to act impulsively, bypassing logic for emotion. Manipulators exploit this by making you believe they are rare, their affection is scarce, or your window to act is closing. A classic example: I don't usually open up like this, but I feel something special with you. Or, you're lucky I even stuck around. Most people would have left by now. In sales, it's the only 3 spots left pitch. In relationships, it's dangling commitment like a prize. If you don't change, I'll find someone who appreciates me. The goal, pressure. The scarcity illusion forces you into choices you might not make with a clear head. It shifts the power dynamic. Suddenly you're the one chasing, proving your worth, or scrambling to hold on. This tactic gives the manipulator control by making themselves, or what they offer, seem irreplaceable. You question your options, lower your standards, and cling tighter, fearing what you'll lose. To counter this, slow down. If something feels rushed or too good to be true, it probably is. Ask yourself, is this really scarce, or just presented that way? Real value doesn't require panic. Genuine people don't demand urgency to earn your trust. Ground yourself in abundance of time, love, opportunity. Know your worth outside of artificial limits. When you stop believing someone else is the prize, you stop falling for the illusion. Scarcity is often a performance, and the manipulator, just a magician, hoping you won't look behind the curtain. Level 31. Hoovering. Hoovering is a manipulation tactic used to suck someone back into a toxic relationship after they've tried to leave or establish distance. Named after the vacuum brand, it describes how manipulators suck you back in with promises, guilt, charm, or emotional bait. It's not about love, it's about control. Common examples include sudden messages after silence. I miss you so much. I can't live without you. Or guilt trips like, I've been so depressed since you left. Sometimes it's a fabricated crisis. I'm in the hospital. I thought you'd want to know. Other times, they idealize you again, saying everything you once longed to hear. You were right. I've changed. Hoovering often follows a cycle of abuse. After gaslighting, devaluing, or discarding you, the manipulator reappears just when you begin to heal. Their goal isn't reconciliation, it's reinstating control. By exploiting your empathy, nostalgia, or fear of being alone, they lure you back into the same dynamic they once made unbearable. The advantage to the user is simple: re-established access to your time, energy, and attention. Whether they feed off your emotional reactions, need a supply of validation, or simply don't want you to move on without them, hoovering ensures you stay stuck, not them. To resist hoovering, recognize it for what it is: a tactic, not a transformation. Block contact if necessary. Keep a journal to remind yourself why you left. Confide in others who can ground you in reality. And most importantly, understand that someone who truly values you won't wait until you walk away to treat you right. Hoovering is emotional sleight of hand, designed to erase your progress. Don't fall for the suction. The peace you're seeking is on the other side of silence. Level 32. Weaponized incompetence. Weaponized incompetence is a manipulation tactic where someone pretends to be bad at a task or exaggerates their lack of skill to avoid responsibility. It's not true ignorance. It's strategic incompetence, used to shift burdens onto others while maintaining the appearance of helplessness. You'll often hear it in relationships: I just don't know how to clean like you do. Or, you're so much better with the kids. Why don't you handle it? In workplaces, it sounds like, "I'm terrible with spreadsheets. Can you just do it?" Over time, one person becomes overworked while the other enjoys reduced effort and zero accountability. The genius of this tactic lies in its subtlety. It looks like a lack of skill, not a power move. But the outcome is clear. The manipulator gets their way without open conflict. It's a long game of learned helplessness, where the target either does everything themselves or wastes energy trying to teach someone who has no intention of learning. The advantage for the manipulator is comfort without consequence. They avoid effort, responsibility, and blame, while still benefiting from the other person's labor. Worse, if the target complains, they seem unreasonable. After all, it's not their fault they're bad at it, right? To avoid falling victim to weaponized incompetence, set boundaries, and hold people accountable. Don't reward poor performance with a free pass. Delegate tasks clearly, and if someone fails repeatedly, ask, "Is this really about ability or effort?" Recognize the difference between can't and won't. One is genuine struggle. The other is manipulation with a lazy smile. Weaponized incompetence isn't clumsiness, it's calculated. And the sooner you stop covering for it, the faster the illusion falls apart. Level 33, Normalizing Abuse. Normalizing abuse is a manipulation tactic where harmful behavior is presented as ordinary, deserved, or even loving. Over time, what should be shocking becomes familiar. What should be resisted becomes tolerated. The abuser's goal is to blur the line between love and harm until you no longer recognize the difference. It starts subtly. A partner who yells during arguments says, "That's just how I talk when I'm upset." A parent insists, "I hit you because I care." Discipline is love. Or a boss who constantly belittles their employees' claims, "This is just how it is in a fast-paced environment." Through repetition and rationalization, abuse becomes part of the landscape, something to adapt to rather than escape from. The user gains total control. By convincing the target that their behavior is normal, the abuser avoids accountability and reduces resistance. The victim stops questioning, stops setting boundaries, and starts internalizing the idea that they are overreacting or deserving of mistreatment. It erodes self-esteem and creates a cycle where the abused becomes more dependent on the abuser for validation, love, or survival. To avoid this trap, it's crucial to name things as they are. Verbal aggression isn't just passion. Isolation isn't protection. Control isn't care. Pay attention to how often you're making excuses for someone else's behavior. Ask yourself, would I accept this treatment if it happened to someone I loved? Surround yourself with perspectives outside the relationship. Friends, therapists, or support groups who can help you see clearly. Abuse thrives in silence and isolation. Truth dismantles its power. Normalizing abuse is about conditioning you to live in a cage you no longer recognize. But just because pain is familiar doesn't mean it's love. And just because it's common doesn't mean it's right. Level 34, Emotional Blackmail. Emotional blackmail is a powerful manipulation tactic where someone uses your emotions against you to control your behavior. It's not always overt threats. Instead, it's guilt, fear, and obligation dressed up as love. The manipulator says, "If you really cared about me, you'd do this," or, "After everything I've done for you, this is how you treat me." The message is clear: comply or risk losing the relationship. Common examples include a partner threatening to hurt themselves if you leave, a parent guilting you for setting boundaries. You never call anymore. I guess I'm not important to you. Or a friend saying, I guess our friendship doesn't matter if you can't drop everything for me. These statements exploit your empathy and sense of responsibility, making you feel like you're the bad one for saying no. The user gains instant power. They don't need to use logic or compromise, just emotional pressure. The fear of causing harm, losing love, or being seen as selfish keeps you compliant. Over time, your choices stop being your own. You're not acting out of free will, but out of fear. To break free from emotional blackmail, you need to recognize the pattern, a demand, a threat, explicit or implied, and your resulting guilt. Remind yourself, you're not responsible for someone else's emotional regulation. Healthy relationships don't rely on fear-based obedience. Set boundaries and stick to them. Call out the manipulation calmly. I care about you, but I won't be guilted into doing something I'm not comfortable with. Support systems, friends, therapists can offer perspective and validation. Emotional blackmail is not love. It's control in disguise. And the moment you stop negotiating with threats, the manipulator loses their grip. Level 35, Love Withdrawal. Love withdrawal is a manipulation tactic where affection, attention, or emotional warmth is intentionally withheld to control another person. It's not a natural cooling off period. It's a calculated silence, a punishment designed to provoke anxiety and compliance. The manipulator uses love not as a bond, but as bait. Common examples include a partner suddenly going cold after a disagreement, refusing to talk, withholding intimacy, or acting emotionally distant until you apologize, even if you did nothing wrong. A parent might stop showing affection or given praise when a child disobeys, sending the message, love is earned through obedience. In friendships, it can be the cold shoulder or exclusion until you make it up to them. The goal is simple: control through emotional deprivation. The user knows that humans crave connection, and when that connection is suddenly withdrawn, it triggers panic. You begin to question yourself, apologize just to restore peace, and mold your behavior to avoid future withdrawal. Over time, you become more dependent on their approval and more afraid of losing it. Love withdrawal benefits the manipulator by creating an uneven power dynamic. They become the gatekeeper of warmth and connection, rewarding obedience and punishing resistance. It keeps the other person in a constant state of emotional uncertainty, willing to sacrifice their needs just to feel close again. To avoid falling into this trap, recognize the difference between healthy space and punitive silence. Pay attention to patterns. Does affection disappear the moment you assert yourself? Set clear boundaries. Express that withholding love is not a solution to conflict. And remember, real love is not conditional on perfection. Love shouldn't feel like a reward you have to earn. If someone uses affection as a leash, it's not love. It's manipulation in disguise. Level 36, Double Binds. A double bind is a psychological trap where no matter what choice you make, you're wrong. It's a form of manipulation that puts you in a lose-lose situation, often leaving you confused, anxious, and constantly second-guessing yourself. The core of a double bind is contradiction, two opposing demands or expectations, with punishment tied to either outcome. A classic example in relationships. Be honest with me, I can handle it. Followed by anger or withdrawal when you actually tell the truth. Or I want you to be independent. But when you act on your own, you're accused of being selfish or distant. In families, a parent might say, "You can talk to me about anything," but respond with judgment or silence when you do. At work, it might sound like, "Take initiative," and then, "Why didn't you follow protocol?" The advantage for the manipulator is psychological dominance. By creating conflicting rules and reactions, they keep you stuck in uncertainty. You begin to doubt your instincts, your words, your actions. You feel like you can never win, which makes you more compliant, more apologetic, and easier to control. The confusion becomes the cage. To escape a double bind, you first need to name it. Ask yourself, am I being set up to fail no matter what I choose? If the answer is yes, step back emotionally. Don't try to solve a no-win scenario. Call it out. Say something like, "I'm getting mixed messages here. Can we clarify what you actually expect from me?" Healthy relationships don't require mental gymnastics. Clear communication and consistent expectations are signs of respect, not tools of control. A double bind is a manipulator's maze. The only winning move is to stop playing their game. Level 37, Selective Attention. Selective attention is a subtle manipulation tactic where someone chooses to acknowledge only certain parts of a situation, usually the ones that serve their narrative, while ignoring or dismissing everything else. It's not forgetfulness, it's deliberate focus used to distort perception and shift blame. A common example. In an argument, the manipulator fixates on your tone while ignoring the valid point you're making. Or they highlight the one time you lost your temper while disregarding months of their own mistreatment. They might constantly praise themselves for small acts of kindness, while conveniently overlooking patterns of neglect or disrespect. In workplaces, it could be a boss who nitpicks a minor error but ignores your consistent contributions. By controlling what gets attention and what doesn't, the manipulator reshapes the story. The advantage is clear. They get to be the victim, the hero, or the misunderstood party. You, meanwhile, are left defending isolated moments taken out of context. Over time, this makes you feel unstable, unseen, or like the problem in the relationship. Selective attention keeps the focus off accountability and creates a psychological fog. You begin to question your own memory, your fairness, your reactions, and in that confusion, the manipulator holds the upper hand. To protect yourself, keep track of the full picture. Don't let isolated moments define the whole dynamic. If someone repeatedly redirects conversations to minor issues while avoiding the bigger problems, that's a red flag. Stay grounded in patterns, not exceptions. Call out the imbalance. You're focusing on one moment. Let's talk about the full situation. And trust your internal record, even when someone tries to rewrite it. Selective attention isn't just misdirection, it's weaponized focus. And once you see where their spotlight lands, you can start turning on your own. Level 38, Redirection. Redirection is a manipulation tactic where someone deliberately shifts the focus of a conversation or situation to avoid accountability, criticism, or vulnerability. Instead of addressing the issue at hand, they steer attention elsewhere, often toward your flaws, a new topic, or an emotional distraction. It's not about resolution, it's about control through misdirection. A common example. You confront someone about a hurtful comment, and they respond with, "Well, what about that time you embarrassed me in front of our friends?" Or you raise concerns about their behavior, and suddenly the conversation becomes about how you're being too sensitive, too dramatic, or too difficult. In workplace settings, redirection might look like a manager ignoring feedback and shifting the blame onto team performance or past mistakes. The advantage for the manipulator is simple. They dodge responsibility while putting you on the defensive. Redirection derails conversations, confuses boundaries, and often leaves you feeling like the villain for even bringing something up. It protects the user's ego while exhausting your emotional energy. To spot redirection, listen for sharp topic changes when things get uncomfortable. If every serious discussion turns into a conversation about your faults or irrelevant issues, you're being steered off course. To defend against it, stay anchored. Calmly redirect the conversation back. We can talk about that later. Right now, I'm addressing what happened earlier. Avoid taking the bait. Don't defend yourself against unrelated accusations mid-confrontation. Instead, name the tactic when needed. It feels like you're changing the subject to avoid this conversation. Redirection works because it throws you off balance. But once you learn to keep your footing, the manipulator loses their edge. In the game of dark psychology, redirection is misdirection. Don't follow the hand. Watch the intent behind it. Level 39, Pathologizing Healthy Responses. Pathologizing healthy responses is a manipulative tactic where someone frames your normal, reasonable emotions, like anger, sadness, or boundaries, as irrational, unstable, or toxic. The goal is to discredit your reactions, so the manipulator doesn't have to take responsibility for the behavior that caused them. Common examples include calling you crazy for being upset after betrayal, labeling you too sensitive when you express hurt, or saying you're overreacting when you set a boundary. You might hear things like, "Wow, you're really emotional. Are you okay?" Or "No one else reacts like this." Even healthy self-advocacy can be twisted. You're being aggressive when you calmly assert your needs. The advantage to the manipulator is significant. By pathologizing your response, they shift attention away from their own actions and onto your reaction. It creates a dynamic where you are always the problem, regardless of what they've done. This not only invalidates your feelings, but slowly chips away at your confidence and self-trust. You begin to question your own emotional sanity, wondering if you really are too much. To protect yourself, learn to validate your own emotions. Ask, is my reaction proportionate to the situation? Would I judge a friend for responding the same way? Surround yourself with people who support emotional honesty and who don't make you feel crazy for having feelings. Call it out when necessary. I'm having a normal response to something that hurt me. Dismissing it doesn't solve anything. Therapy, journaling, and grounded outside perspectives can also help reinforce your emotional clarity. Pathologizing healthy responses isn't just gaslighting. It's a way to turn your strength into a weakness. But your ability to feel deeply, speak up, and protect your boundaries isn't a flaw. It's your power. Don't let anyone diagnose it away. Level 40, Ambiguity-Based Confusion. Ambiguity-based confusion is a manipulation tactic where a person deliberately communicates in vague, unclear, or contradictory ways to keep you off balance and uncertain. The goal is simple: confuse you just enough that you stop trusting your own judgment and start relying on them for clarity. This tactic often shows up in relationships where someone says, "I never promised anything," even after strongly implying commitment, or "You're reading too much into it," after a series of mixed signals. In professional settings, a manipulative boss might give you unclear instructions and later blame you for not following through. The message is always hazy, the boundaries blurry, and the rules constantly shifting. By staying vague, the manipulator avoids accountability. If you get upset, they can claim you misunderstood. If they're confronted, they can say, "That's not what I meant." It's a game of plausible deniability, where you're left questioning what was really said, and whether your reactions are even valid. The advantage to the user is significant. They maintain power through confusion. When nothing is ever fully defined, they can shift narratives, dodge consequences, and keep you chasing clarity that never comes. It's not just emotional fog, it's a strategy of disorientation. To avoid falling into this trap, demand specificity. Ask direct questions and insist on clear answers. Don't settle for implications or half-promises. Get things in writing if needed. And if someone consistently leaves you feeling confused or wrong-footed, trust that pattern. Consistent ambiguity isn't a communication style. It's control disguised as miscommunication. Ambiguity-based confusion works by making you doubt yourself and look to them for certainty. But clarity is a right, not a reward. You don't have to live in someone else's fog. Step out of it and see things for what they really are. Level 41. Anchoring emotional states. Anchoring emotional states is a manipulation tactic where someone deliberately links specific emotions to their presence, words, or actions, training you to feel a certain way whenever they're around. Over time, you become emotionally conditioned to respond predictably, even when logic tells you otherwise. A common example is a partner who showers you with affection only after arguments, creating a cycle where conflict becomes tied to intimacy. Or a parent who gives love and praise only when you achieve something, teaching you to associate their approval with performance. In toxic relationships, a manipulator might alternate between extreme kindness and cruelty, until just a text from them floods you with anxiety or euphoria. The manipulator gains control by becoming the emotional anchor. They dictate your highs and lows, reward your compliance with positive emotion, and punish resistance with withdrawal or negativity. Over time, you crave their approval not just out of affection, but because your emotional world has been wired to depend on it. This tactic is powerful because it bypasses rational thought. You might know the person is toxic, yet still feel drawn to them. That's the emotional anchoring at work. Like a reflex you didn't agree to. To break free, awareness is the first step. Ask yourself, how do I consistently feel around this person, and what triggers those feelings? Notice the patterns, especially emotional spikes followed by reinforcement. Begin detaching your self-worth and happiness from their approval. Reclaim control by anchoring positive emotional states to your own actions, things that bring peace, joy, and clarity without their influence. Therapy, mindfulness, and journaling can help you retrain those reflexes. Anchoring emotional states is less about affection and more about conditioning. Once you recognize the pattern, you can unhook the chain and feel on your own terms again. Level 42. Reframing memories. Reframing memories is a manipulation tactic where someone deliberately alters your recollection of past events to serve their narrative. It's not just selective storytelling. It's psychological rewriting, designed to make you question your experiences, emotions, and even your sanity. Common examples include a partner saying, "It wasn't that bad, you're being dramatic," after a hurtful argument, or "You're remembering it wrong, I never said that," when confronted about toxic behavior. Over time, they might reframe entire periods of your relationship. "I was always there for you," when in reality they were distant or neglectful. This tactic often overlaps with gaslighting, but focuses specifically on distorting the timeline and emotional truth of shared experiences. The manipulator's goal is to regain control of the narrative. By reframing your memories, they cast themselves in a better light, turning abusers into victims, neglect into care, and betrayal into misunderstanding. This distortion gives them the upper hand in future conflicts and makes you more likely to doubt yourself, apologize unnecessarily, or forgive things that never truly changed. The danger lies in the erosion of your personal reality. When you can't trust your own memory, it becomes easier to let someone else define your truth. To avoid falling into this trap, document significant events. Write them down or talk to trusted third parties who can help ground you in the facts. If someone constantly challenges your recollection, pause and ask, why does their version always absolve them and blame me? Memory is powerful, but it's also vulnerable. Manipulators know this and exploit it to rewrite the story in their favor. But your truth is not up for revision. Reclaim it, protect it, and don't let someone else hold the pen. Level 43, Pattern Interrupt. Pattern interrupt is a manipulation tactic where someone deliberately breaks an expected behavior or communication rhythm to destabilize you, gain control, or shift the emotional dynamic. It's often sudden, confusing, and emotionally jarring, used not to resolve conflict, but to bypass your critical thinking and reset the balance of power. A common example is a person who escalates a calm conversation into a sudden outburst of rage, tears, or silence, leaving you stunned and unsure how to respond. Or someone who, after treating you coldly for days, suddenly showers you with affection and kindness, making you question whether there was even a problem to begin with. In dating or sales, it might be a strange compliment, an inappropriate joke, or a sudden change of tone that throws you off just long enough for the manipulator to steer the interaction their way. The advantage for the manipulator is immediate. Pattern interrupts bypass your mental filters. When your expectations are shattered, you enter a state of cognitive dissonance. Your focus shifts from holding boundaries to making sense of the confusion. That pause, brief but potent, is the moment they use to regain control, push an agenda, or disarm your resistance. To protect yourself, learn to recognize the tactic. If you find yourself feeling dazed, shocked, or thrown off in a conversation, pause. Ask yourself, was that response appropriate to the situation? Or was it a sudden shift meant to derail me? Ground yourself in your original point and don't be pressured into reacting emotionally. Not every disruption is manipulation, but when inconsistency is weaponized, it's a tool of control. Pattern interrupt is the art of psychological sleight of hand. And once you stop reacting to the shock, the spell breaks, and so does their influence. Level 44. Hypnotic Suggestion. Hypnotic suggestion is a covert manipulation tactic where language is used in subtle, repetitive, or emotionally charged ways to influence thoughts and behavior, often without the target realizing they've been guided. It doesn't require formal hypnosis. It operates in everyday conversation through carefully crafted words that bypass critical thinking and plant ideas directly into the subconscious. Common examples include phrases like, "You probably already agree with me on this," or "Most people who are smart get what I'm saying." These statements prime your brain to comply by aligning agreement with intelligence or belonging. In romantic manipulation, it might sound like, "You've never felt this kind of connection before, have you?" A suggestion wrapped as a question, making you feel unique or special for agreeing. Repetition, rhythm, and emotionally loaded words are also tools of hypnotic suggestion. A manipulator may repeat certain ideas, "You can trust me," or "You always overthink things," until they become internalized truths. Over time, your brain absorbs these cues, lowering resistance and increasing compliance. The user gains subtle but powerful control. Unlike overt persuasion or threats, hypnotic suggestion flies under the radar. It influences without triggering defenses, making it one of the most insidious tools in the manipulator's arsenal. To defend against it, cultivate mindful awareness in conversations. Notice when you're being led, rather than deciding freely. Question why certain ideas feel so agreeable or familiar. Slow down your responses. Manipulators thrive on automatic reactions. If something feels too convincing, take a step back and ask yourself, whose voice is this, really? Hypnotic suggestion is persuasion cloaked in comfort and rhythm. But when you stay conscious of the words shaping your mind, you reclaim the right to decide what gets in and what doesn't. Level 45, Embedded Commands. Embedded commands are subtle, psychologically charged phrases hidden within normal speech, designed to influence behavior without triggering resistance. They slip past your conscious awareness and speak directly to the subconscious, making you more likely to act without realizing you've been guided. Unlike direct orders, embedded commands are disguised within longer sentences or questions. For example, you might start to realize how much this makes sense. Or, while you're thinking about it, you can feel more comfortable saying yes. The real command, realize this makes sense, or feel more comfortable saying yes, is embedded in a seemingly casual remark. It feels natural, not forced. In relationships, a manipulator might say, "When you decide to trust me again, things will feel right." Here, the embedded command is, "Decide to trust me again," masked as a prediction or hopeful statement. In sales or negotiations, phrases like, "You'll love how this makes you feel," or "Imagine how good it'll be to sign today," subtly push you toward a specific outcome. The user gains quiet but potent control. Embedded commands avoid confrontation, disarm skepticism, and make the target feel like the decision was their own. The manipulation doesn't feel like a pressure. It feels like a thought you arrived at naturally. To avoid being influenced by embedded commands, practice listening beneath the surface. Ask, what is this person actually suggesting I do? Be wary of overly polished language, especially when it steers your decisions or emotions in one direction. If you feel nudged but can't explain why, pause. Embedded commands are invisible levers, but once you spot the mechanism, the pull loses its power. Awareness is your defense, because the moment you hear the command before you act, It's no longer subconscious. It's a choice. Level 46. False attribution. False attribution is a manipulation tactic where someone assigns blame, intent, or emotion to another person, regardless of whether it's accurate. The goal is to distort perception and shift accountability, creating a narrative where the manipulator appears justified and the target is left feeling confused, defensive, or guilty. Common examples include statements like, "You're only mad because you're insecure," or "You clearly don't care about me. You never ask how I'm doing." In arguments, manipulators might say things like, "You're trying to ruin this relationship," or "You just want attention," when the target is simply setting a boundary or expressing concern. In workplaces, it can sound like, "They're being difficult because they don't like me," turning a legitimate critique into a personal attack. The advantage for the manipulator is control over the emotional narrative. By falsely attributing motives or emotions to others, they deflect from their own behavior and put the target on the defensive. Now, instead of discussing the real issue, you're busy trying to prove your innocence, clarify your feelings, or justify your intentions. Over time, this tactic erodes self-trust. You may begin to question your own motives or feelings, wondering if you really are selfish, unkind, or manipulative. This makes it easier for the abuser to define reality and harder for you to push back. To avoid falling into this trap, notice when someone is telling you why you feel something, what you meant, or who you are, instead of asking. A healthy person seeks understanding, not control. Respond by reclaiming your reality. "That's not how I feel, and I won't let you define my intentions." False attribution thrives on silence and confusion. Clarity, self-awareness, and calm boundaries are the antidotes to this subtle form of psychological warfare. Level 47. Repetition priming. Repetition priming is a psychological manipulation technique where repeated exposure to a phrase, idea, or belief makes it feel more true, acceptable, or trustworthy, regardless of its actual validity. The more you hear something, the more familiar it becomes, and the brain often mistakes familiarity for truth. Manipulators use this to plant and reinforce ideas without outright forcing them. For example, a toxic partner might say things like, "You always overreact," or "No one else would put up with you," over and over until you begin to believe it. In workplaces, a controlling boss might repeat, "You're lucky to have this job," subtly conditioning you to feel indebted and hesitant to leave. Politicians and influencers use repetition priming constantly. Slogans, catchphrases, and carefully repeated messages that bypass critical thinking and burrow into public belief. The advantage for the user is that they don't need evidence or logic, they just need time. Through constant repetition, they shape your perceptions, rewrite your internal narrative, and make you more susceptible to their influence. It's slow, almost invisible, yet deeply effective. To avoid falling victim to repetition priming, stay vigilant about the ideas you hear most often. Ask yourself, is this true or just familiar? Look for the pattern. If a phrase keeps resurfacing in the same emotional context, it's likely a tool, not a truth. Challenge repeated messages, especially those that damage your self-worth or limit your choices. Break the cycle by surrounding yourself with new perspectives and voices that affirm your reality instead of reshaping it. Repetition priming is the art of persuasion through echo, and the longer it goes unchecked, the louder the lie becomes. The defense: critical thinking, conscious awareness, and the courage to question what feels too familiar. Level 48. Linguistic ambiguity. Linguistic ambiguity is a dark manipulation tactic where vague, layered, or double-meaning language is used to mislead, confuse, or create plausible deniability. It allows the manipulator to say something without really saying it, making it easy to twist, retract, or reinterpret later depending on how things unfold. Common examples include statements like, "I never said I'd be exclusive," when they heavily implied commitment, or "I didn't lie, I just didn't say everything," skirting truth through omission. In conflict, someone might say, "Maybe you're just not seeing the full picture," which subtly discredits your perception without making a direct accusation. Even compliments can be loaded. "You actually look nice today," implies that you usually don't, without stating it outright. The power of linguistic ambiguity lies in its slipperiness. If you confront the speaker, they can easily say, "That's not what I meant," or "You're reading too much into it." This keeps you uncertain, defensive, and less likely to challenge them again. It also creates confusion. What was real? What was implied? What was intended? For the manipulator, the advantage is control without commitment. They can shift meanings to suit the moment, avoid accountability, and plant seeds of self-doubt, all while maintaining an innocent front. To protect yourself, pay close attention to clarity. If a message feels vague or loaded, ask direct questions. "What exactly do you mean by that?" Don't settle for implications. Seek specifics. Document important conversations, especially when manipulation is a pattern. Linguistic ambiguity is verbal smoke and mirrors, a way to say just enough to influence you, but not enough to be held accountable. Your best defense is clear thinking, clear boundaries, and refusing to accept blurry truths from those who benefit from the confusion. Level 49. Sleight of mouth. Sleight of mouth is a manipulation tactic that uses clever, quick, and often deceptive language patterns to deflect, reframe, or redirect a conversation, usually to avoid accountability or to subtly dominate a dialogue. Borrowed from the concept of sleight of hand in magic, it's all about distraction and control, not truth or clarity. A manipulator skilled in sleight of mouth might respond to a direct concern like, "You hurt me when you said that," with a twist such as, "It's interesting how you always make yourself the victim," instantly shifting the blame. Or if you say, "I feel like you don't listen to me," they might reply, "Why do you assume I don't care just because I don't agree?" reframing the argument and putting you on the defensive. Other examples include using vague analogies, false equivalencies. "Everyone makes mistakes, even you." Or philosophical diversions. "What is truth, anyway?" to derail meaningful confrontation. The result? You end up arguing about the argument, not the issue, lost in a maze of language. The manipulator gains the upper hand by seizing control of the narrative. Instead of defending their actions, they force you to defend your words, logic, or emotions. It's a smokescreen tactic, intellectually engaging, emotionally draining. To defend against sleight of mouth, stay grounded in your original point. Don't get baited into side conversations or rhetorical rabbit holes. When a response feels like verbal judo, pause and say, "You're changing the topic. Let's get back to what I said." Simplicity is your shield. Stick to facts. Repeat your concern. Don't fight cleverness with cleverness. Respond with clarity. Sleight of mouth is verbal manipulation dressed as insight. But once you spot the trick, the magic fades, and real dialogue can begin. Level 50, False Consensus Effect. The false consensus effect is a psychological manipulation tactic where someone presents their opinions, beliefs, or behaviors as if they are universally accepted, creating the illusion that everyone agrees with them. This pressures others to conform, even if they privately disagree, because no one wants to be the outsider or the difficult one. Common examples include statements like, "Everyone thinks you're overreacting," or "Most people in your position would have handled it better." In group settings, manipulators may say, "We all agree this was your fault," even when no actual consensus exists. Online it appears in the form of mob mentality, when a few loud voices claim to represent the majority, silencing opposing views through sheer volume and certainty. The user of this tactic gains a strategic advantage. By pretending their stance is the default or socially approved one, they discredit dissent before it even happens. It isolates the target, making them question their own judgment and discouraging them from pushing back. After all, who wants to go against everyone? To resist this manipulation, question sweeping generalizations. When someone says everyone agrees, ask, who exactly is everyone? Push for specifics. If you feel isolated, seek out independent perspectives, people outside the manipulator's influence who can offer honest feedback. Trust your gut. Disagreement doesn't make you wrong, and consensus doesn't always mean truth. Just because a voice is loud or repeated often doesn't mean it reflects reality. Manipulators exploit social pressure because it's powerful, but only if you let it go unchallenged. The false consensus effect isn't about facts. It's about control through perceived belonging. But clarity and critical thinking cut through the illusion. You don't need to agree with the crowd to be right. You just need to stay grounded in what you know to be true. Level 51, Memory Implantation. Memory implantation is the process of planting false memories into someone's mind. Memories that feel real, but never actually happened. It's not science fiction. Through suggestion, storytelling, or repeated exposure, the brain can be tricked into constructing entirely fabricated events. And once implanted, these false memories can become just as vivid, emotional, and convincing as real ones. One of the most well-documented examples is the Lost in the Mall experiment, where researchers convinced participants they were once lost in a shopping mall as a child, even when their families confirmed it never happened. In more everyday scenarios, it shows up when a manipulator insists, "You always do this," or "Don't you remember what you said?" slowly bending reality until the victim questions their own mind. Why is this so powerful? Because if you can control someone's memory, you can control their narrative. False memories can create guilt, fear, or misplaced loyalty. They can be used to rewrite conflicts, reframe relationships, or create a dependency on the manipulator. It's psychological warfare disguised as casual conversation. Avoiding memory implantation starts with awareness. Be wary of people who frequently remind you of things you don't recall or twist past events to their benefit. Keep a journal, your own written reality, and most importantly, trust your gut. If a memory feels off, question it. Because in the wrong hands, your mind isn't a vault, it's wet clay, Memory implantation doesn't require hypnosis or sci-fi technology, just repetition, confidence, and time. And for those who understand that, the human mind becomes the most dangerous tool of all. Level 52, Disassociation Induction. Disassociation induction is the deliberate act of disconnecting someone from their sense of reality, identity, or emotions. It's a manipulation tactic rooted in dark psychology, designed to fragment a person's mental state and make them more susceptible to control. When someone is dissociated, they feel numb, spaced out, or detached from their surroundings. And in that fog, the manipulator steps in. This tactic often shows up subtly. Constant gaslighting, "You're overreacting, that never happened," makes the victim question their emotions and perceptions. Sleep deprivation, sensory overload, or rapid mood shifts can also induce disassociation, especially when paired with intense emotional events. Over time, the victim begins to float through life in a trance-like state, unsure of what's real or who to trust. For the manipulator, this creates a blank canvas. A dissociated person is easier to influence because they're mentally checked out. They stop resisting. They stop asking questions. They become dependent on external cues, usually the abuser's cues, to understand what's happening around them. In this state, reality is no longer defined internally, but by the person pulling the strings. To avoid falling into disassociation, ground yourself. Maintain routines. Stay connected with people outside the manipulative dynamic, and notice when you start feeling detached or numb. Breathwork, journaling, and mindfulness practices can pull you back into the present moment. Most importantly, don't ignore those creeping feelings of confusion or emptiness. They're often red flags that someone is subtly pulling you away from yourself. Disassociation induction is powerful because it doesn't just influence behavior, it erodes the self. And once that's gone, what's left is an obedient shell, ready to be filled with whatever narrative the manipulator desires. Level 53, Illusory Superiority Reinforcement. Illusory superiority is the cognitive bias that leads people to overestimate their intelligence, skills, or moral standing compared to others. In dark psychology, manipulators exploit this flaw by reinforcing it, feeding inflated self-images to gain control. It's flattery with a purpose, weaponized ego. The manipulator might say things like, "You're smarter than everyone else," or "You're the only one who truly gets it." They create a sense of exclusivity, making the target feel chosen, enlightened, or uniquely talented. It feels good, almost addictive. But behind the compliments lies a trap. Once convinced of their superiority, the victim becomes easier to isolate, manipulate, and steer. Common examples include cult leaders convincing followers they're part of a special elite, toxic partners boosting one's ego only to later twist that trust, or even con artists luring victims with praise to cloud their judgment. By reinforcing someone's belief that they're above average, the manipulator lowers their defenses. Flattered minds ask fewer questions. This gives the manipulator a major advantage: control without resistance. A person caught in this illusion is more likely to reject criticism, ignore warnings from others, and believe they're immune to deception, all while being deeply manipulated. To avoid this trap, stay grounded. Seek honest feedback from people you trust. Reflect on your actions, not just your intentions. Confidence is healthy, unchecked ego is vulnerable. Be especially cautious when someone praises you too frequently or too intensely, especially if it's used to separate you from others. Illusory superiority reinforcement is a slow, seductive form of manipulation. It doesn't use fear, it uses pride. And once you believe you're too smart to be manipulated, you've already lost. Level 54. Creating false dilemmas. A false dilemma, also known as a false dichotomy, is a manipulation tactic where someone presents only two options, when in reality, more exist. It's a classic trick in dark psychology. Limit a person's perceived choices, and you limit their power to act freely. The goal isn't to inform, it's to corner. Manipulators use false dilemmas to push their targets toward a desired outcome by framing the situation as either or. For example, you're either with me or against me, or if you don't do this, you clearly don't care about me. The options are emotionally charged, often designed so that one appears obviously wrong or guilt-inducing, leaving the target feeling boxed in. In relationships, it might sound like, if you really loved me, you'd prove it by staying. In workplaces, you can take this deal now or lose everything. Politicians, salespeople, cult leaders, and even friends can use false dilemmas to force compliance or emotional submission. The advantage for the manipulator is clear. They get to dictate the battlefield. When someone believes there are only two ways forward, they're less likely to think critically, ask questions, or push back. It fosters urgency, fear, and impulsive decisions. To protect yourself, pause and analyze. Ask, are these really the only two options? Seek a third path. Consult outsiders who aren't emotionally invested in the situation. Most importantly, remember that pressure often signals manipulation. Real choices rarely come in rigid binaries. False dilemmas don't just limit your choices, they shape your reality. And once someone controls your perception of what's possible, they no longer need chains to keep you captive. All they need is a question with only two answers, both of which serve them. Level 55, Control via Confusion. Confusion is a powerful weapon in the manipulator's toolkit. When someone is disoriented, mentally overwhelmed, emotionally spun, or unsure of what's real, they become vulnerable. Control via confusion is a dark psychology tactic where clarity is deliberately replaced with chaos, so the manipulator can seize power while the victim is too mentally fogged to resist. This confusion can be created in many ways: contradicting statements, shifting expectations, sudden emotional outbursts, or even subtle language games. One moment, you're being praised, then criticized the next. Plans constantly change, boundaries blur. The result? You start second-guessing your own thoughts, walking on eggshells, and depending on the manipulator for clarity and direction. Common examples include abusive partners who gaslight with, "I never said that," even when they did, or bosses who change goals without warning and then blame you for not keeping up. Cults and high-pressure groups use relentless information overload or jargon to destabilize members, making them more pliable. Even scammers exploit confusion, rushing victims with technical terms or fake urgency to short-circuit rational thinking. For the manipulator, confusion creates a power vacuum. In that haze, they become the sole source of truth. They can implant ideas, change narratives, and demand loyalty, because the victim no longer trusts their own mind. To guard against this tactic, slow down. Clarity is your weapon. Document conversations. Write down facts and revisit them when you feel overwhelmed. Don't be afraid to say, "I need time to think." Talk to outsiders, those not trapped in the fog. Confusion isn't always accidental. Sometimes it's the whole point. Because when you don't know which way is up, you'll follow the loudest voice. And in the hands of a manipulator, that voice becomes your compass, even if it's leading you off a cliff. Level 56, False Emotional Reciprocity. False emotional reciprocity is the act of faking emotional investment to create a sense of connection, obligation, or intimacy, only to exploit it later. In dark psychology, it's a strategic performance. The manipulator pretends to care, love, or empathize, not because they feel it, but because they know you do. It starts with mirroring, reflecting your feelings, interests, or vulnerabilities. They say the right things, offer just enough affection, and mimic emotional openness. You begin to trust them, believe in a bond, and let your guard down. But that emotional intimacy isn't real. It's bait. Common examples include love bombing in toxic relationships, where someone showers you with attention and affection early on, only to later manipulate you with guilt, withdrawal, or control. In friendships or workplaces, it might be someone constantly offering support, then later saying, "After everything I've done for you," as a way to pressure compliance. The advantage for the manipulator is profound. Emotions cloud logic. Once you believe someone truly cares, you're far more likely to overlook red flags, forgive toxic behavior, or do things against your best interest out of loyalty. They create a debt, an emotional IOU, that was never genuine to begin with. To protect yourself, move slowly with emotional investments. Real connection takes time. Pay attention to consistency. Does their behavior match their words over time, or only when it benefits them? Notice if their care disappears the moment you stop giving them what they want. False emotional reciprocity is a master stroke of manipulation because it feels like love, friendship, or trust. But it's a trap wrapped in warmth. And by the time you realize it wasn't mutual, you've already given away pieces of yourself that are hard to reclaim. Level 57, Reality Distortion Field. A reality distortion field is a psychological force created by someone so persuasive, confident, or charismatic that they can warp how others perceive truth. Originally coined to describe Steve Jobs' uncanny ability to make people believe the impossible, in the context of dark psychology, RDF becomes something far more sinister, a manipulator's ability to reshape facts, rewrite events, and redefine what's real for their own gain. The user doesn't lie outright. They reframe. They speak with absolute certainty, blur contradictions, and exude unwavering confidence. Soon, their version of reality starts to feel more real than your own. You begin to question yourself. Maybe I misremembered. Maybe they're right. Maybe I'm overreacting. Common examples include cult leaders who redefine morality, abusers who rewrite shared history. That's not how it happened. Or narcissistic bosses who create toxic work environments but convince employees they're part of something revolutionary. The manipulator builds a self-contained world where their logic rules and loyalty is rewarded. The advantage for the user is total control. In a distorted reality, resistance becomes harder because the terms of reality itself have shifted. Victims become dependent on the manipulator to interpret what's true, what's important, and what matters. To avoid falling into someone's RDF, Anchor yourself in outside perspectives. Keep a journal to track your version of events. Fact-check claims. Surround yourself with people who aren't under the manipulator's influence. And most importantly, trust your gut when something feels off, even if it's hard to explain why. A reality distortion field isn't magic. It's mastery of human psychology. And once someone starts bending your perception, they no longer need to convince you to follow. You'll walk their path willingly, believing it was your idea all along. Level 58, Mental Mirroring. Mental mirroring is the manipulative technique of imitating someone's thoughts, values, and emotional patterns to build trust and lower defenses. When done strategically, it creates a loop, a feedback cycle where the target begins to feel seen, understood, and emotionally bonded to the manipulator. In dark psychology, this isn't about connection, it's about control. The manipulator listens closely, watches your body language, picks up your speech patterns, mirrors your worldview. They adopt your insecurities, your humor, even your trauma. Suddenly you're thinking, wow, no one's ever understood me like this. But it's an illusion. They're not revealing themselves. They're reflecting you back at yourself. Common examples include toxic partners who claim we're the same person early in relationships, or cult recruiters who mimic your doubts and beliefs to build rapid intimacy. Con artists use this in scams, mirroring values like family or ambition to make their pitch seem perfectly tailored. Even in workplaces, manipulative leaders might echo your concerns, only to twist them later for leverage. The advantage? Mirroring builds trust fast. Once you feel someone gets you on a deep level, you open up. You share more. You become attached. The manipulator then gradually shifts the reflection, subtly introducing their own ideas, rewriting your values, and bending your identity. You think you're evolving. In reality, you're being reshaped. To avoid this loop, watch for people who always agree or seem too similar too quickly. Healthy connections involve differences and friction. Question relationships that escalate emotional intimacy at unnatural speeds. And ask yourself, do they actually share these beliefs? Or are they just reflecting mine? Mental mirroring isn't about empathy, it's about mimicry. And once you're caught in the loop, it's hard to tell where you end and they begin. Level 59, Phantom Validation. Phantom validation is the illusion of approval, a psychological manipulation where praise, recognition, or affection is dangled just out of reach. It's not about genuinely uplifting someone. It's about keeping them chasing a feeling that never fully arrives. In dark psychology, this creates a loop of dependency. The more effort you give, the more you crave a validation that never truly comes. The manipulator offers just enough positive reinforcement to hook you. A compliment here, a smile there. But when you seek real affirmation, emotional support, recognition, love, they pull back. Suddenly, you're doing more, trying harder, bending over backwards for a reward that always feels one step away. Almost. Not quite. Maybe next time. Common examples include toxic bosses who praise your potential but never promote you. Partners who say, you'd be perfect out if you just changed this one thing. Or friends who withhold compliments but give backhanded ones to keep you insecure and striving. It's also a favorite tool in social dynamics, used to maintain power by keeping others off balance. The advantage is control. A person chasing phantom validation becomes easy to mold. They're constantly seeking approval, which makes them emotionally invested and easily manipulated. Their self-worth becomes tied to the manipulator's inconsistent cues, turning validation into a leash. To avoid falling into this trap, define your own standards. Seek internal validation over external approval. Surround yourself with people who offer consistent support, not just strategic praise. And ask yourself, am I being seen, or am I just being strung along? Phantom validation thrives in silence and self-doubt. But once you recognize the pattern, you take back power. Real validation empowers you. Phantom validation enslaves you. And the longer you chase it, the more lost in the game you become. Level 60, Self-Doubt Programming. Self-doubt programming is a manipulation tactic designed to make you question your own thoughts, decisions, and worth, until you stop trusting yourself and start relying on someone else to think for you. In dark psychology, it's not about breaking your will all at once. It's about eroding it, slowly and surgically, until there's nothing left but hesitation and dependence. The manipulator does this through subtle digs and helpful criticisms. Are you sure that's the right choice? You always get so emotional. You're just overthinking again. Each comment plants a seed. Over time, you begin to second-guess everything: your memory, your judgment, even your identity. Common examples include toxic relationships where one partner constantly undermines the other's confidence, or workplaces where a superior subtly discredits your ideas in front of others. Even friends and family can use it to maintain control, dismissing your goals, mocking your ideas, or labeling you too sensitive anytime you push back. For the manipulator, this is pure leverage. A person filled with self-doubt is far easier to control. They ask for permission, defer to authority, and stay quiet even when they know something's wrong. By hollowing out your self-trust, the manipulator positions themselves as the voice of reason, your only reliable guide. To resist self-doubt programming, track patterns. Are you constantly apologizing? Do you feel anxious making decisions you used to handle confidently? Start documenting your choices and outcomes. It's evidence that you can trust yourself. Seek validation from within, not from someone whose approval always comes with a sting. Self-doubt isn't a natural state. It's often implanted. And once it takes root, it becomes the prison bars you carry with you. But awareness is the key. Because once you recognize the programming, you can start to rewrite it. Level 61, Isolation from Support Systems. Isolation from support systems is a calculated manipulation tactic where the manipulator slowly, or sometimes abruptly, separates their target from friends, family, or outside influences. The goal is simple. Remove all competing voices so that their voice becomes the only one that matters. In dark psychology, isolation isn't just physical. It's emotional, social, and psychological disconnection, designed to leave you vulnerable and easier to control. This often starts subtly. Your friends don't really understand you. Your family always stresses you out. We don't need anyone else. We're enough. The manipulator frames loved ones as toxic, jealous, or unsupportive. Over time, calls stop, visits fade, and eventually, you're alone, orbiting entirely around them. Common examples include abusive partners discouraging or outright forbidding contact with others, cults demanding total loyalty by severing outside ties, or even controlling employers who expect complete devotion at the expense of personal life. In every case, the message is the same. Only we care about you. Everyone else is a threat. For the manipulator, isolation is power. Without outside perspectives, the victim becomes easier to gaslight, exploit, and reshape. There's no one left to say, "That's not normal," or "You deserve better." And without comparison, even mistreatment can start to feel like love. To avoid or escape this tactic, regularly check in with trusted people outside the relationship or environment. Notice if you're being discouraged from spending time with others, or made to feel guilty when you do. Healthy connections support your independence. Toxic ones fear it. Isolation from support systems isn't just about being alone. It's about being cut off from help, from reality, from yourself. And once you're isolated, even a whisper of manipulation can echo like truth. That's why the strongest armor against control is connection. Level 62, Information Control. Information control is a manipulation tactic where access to truth, knowledge, or context is deliberately restricted, distorted, or filtered. The manipulator decides what you're allowed to know and what stays hidden. In dark psychology, this turns information into a tool of domination, because when someone controls the flow of information, they control perception, decisions, and ultimately, reality. It doesn't always look like censorship. It can be as subtle as withholding key details, cherry-picking facts, or flooding you with overwhelming data to bury the truth. They might say, "You don't need to worry about that," or "I'll explain it later." Over time, you stop asking questions and start relying on them for the full picture. Common examples include abusive partners hiding finances or conversations, cults limiting outside media or contact, or manipulative employers who withhold policy changes until it benefits them. Even in one-on-one dynamics, a person might reframe events, spread selective truths, or conceal messages to create false impressions. The manipulator's advantage is immense. By controlling what you know, they shape how you think and act. They can hide their wrongdoings, create false narratives, and engineer emotional reactions. You can't challenge what you don't see. And when the truth is filtered through them, trust becomes obedience. To protect yourself, diversify your sources of truth. If someone discourages questions or punishes curiosity, that's a red flag. Keep records, messages, decisions, conversations. Ask for transparency and verify what you're told. If something feels off, it probably is. Information control isn't about lying outright. It's about narrowing the lens until you only see what benefits them. And in a world where knowledge is power, the most dangerous kind of manipulation is the one that makes you think you're fully informed when you're anything but. Level 63, Thought-Terminating Clichés. Thought-terminating clichés are short, emotionally charged phrases used to shut down critical thinking and end uncomfortable conversations. In dark psychology, they serve as mental dead ends, designed not to inform, but to silence. These phrases are often disguised as wisdom, but their true purpose is control. They don't resolve the issue, they make it unthinkable. Common examples include, "It is what it is." "Everything happens for a reason." "You're overthinking it." "That's just how things are." "Let's agree to disagree." At first glance, these might seem harmless, even comforting. But when used repeatedly or strategically, they short-circuit deeper inquiry. If you're questioning unfair treatment, unjust systems, or toxic dynamics, these clichés can be weaponized to make you feel like the problem for simply asking. Manipulators use them to maintain dominance by avoiding accountability. When someone says, You just need to let it go. What they often mean is, stop challenging me. These phrases prevent progress, reflection, or growth by making continued thought seem futile or socially unacceptable. The advantage for the manipulator is clear: efficiency. One sentence can end an entire line of questioning. The target is left confused, shut down, or feeling guilty for digging too deep. It keeps the power dynamic, unchallenged. To defend against thought-terminating cliches, learn to recognize them. When someone uses one, ask yourself, did that answer the question, or avoid it? Counter with follow-ups like, what do you mean by that? Or, can we talk about this more? Stay curious, even when you're told not to be. In manipulation, silence is victory. And these cliches are the quiet weapons used to win without a fight. But once you see them for what they are, you take the first step in reclaiming your voice and your mind. Level 64, Confession Exploitation. Confession exploitation is a dark manipulation tactic where someone encourages you to share personal, painful, or private information, not to build trust, but to use it against you. It's the weaponization of vulnerability. In dark psychology, manipulators don't seek connection through your confessions. They seek control. It starts with emotional intimacy. The manipulator may open up first, share a secret, or ask thoughtful, empathetic questions. You feel safe. You begin to open up, sharing past traumas, regrets, fears, or insecurities. It feels like bonding. But the truth is, they're collecting ammunition. Common examples include toxic partners who later use your insecurities to insult or guilt you. No wonder your ex left. Fake friends who gossip about your secrets, or controlling figures who bring up your confessions at convenient moments to shame, silence, or manipulate you. In cults or high-pressure groups, confession is often encouraged as a ritual, then used to enforce obedience or induce guilt. For the manipulator, the advantage is psychological leverage. Once they know your emotional pressure points, they can trigger you at will. You become hesitant, submissive, afraid of being exposed or judged. It makes confrontation harder, boundaries weaker, and escape feel riskier. To avoid confession exploitation, don't mistake early vulnerability for trust. True emotional safety is built over time through consistent, respectful behavior, not just shared secrets. Hold back until someone has earned your trust. And if someone ever throws your words back at you, take it as the warning it is. Your story is sacred. In the wrong hands, it becomes a leash. Confession should be met with compassion, not consequences. And once you realize someone's listening not to understand, but to use, you'll know it's time to stop talking and start walking. Level 65, Repetition of Ideology. Repetition of ideology is a manipulation tactic where a belief, phrase, or worldview is repeated so often that it begins to feel like truth, regardless of its accuracy. In dark psychology, it's not about persuasion through reason, it's about conditioning through consistency. When something is said enough times, the brain stops questioning and starts accepting. This tactic is found in cults, extremist groups, toxic workplaces, and manipulative relationships. It shows up in mantras like, "We're the chosen ones," "You're nothing without me," or "This is just how the world works." Even seemingly harmless slogans, when repeated constantly, can become mental anchors that override logic or experience. The repetition isn't always loud. It can be quiet, casual, and constant, woven into daily conversation, media, or routines. Over time, it seeps into the subconscious. The belief no longer feels like someone else's idea, it feels like yours. For the manipulator, repetition offers powerful advantages. It reduces resistance. Doubt fades. The target begins to adopt the ideology as their identity, defending it even when it harms them. They become easier to control, more loyal, less likely to question or leave, because doing so would mean challenging what they now believe to be absolute truth. To avoid this trap, stay curious. Expose yourself to multiple viewpoints. Ask why something is being repeated and who benefits from that belief being accepted without question. Be especially cautious of ideas that discourage debate or brand all disagreement as disloyalty. Repetition can build habit or create prison bars you can't see. The danger isn't always in the message itself. It's in the unthinking acceptance of it. Because once your beliefs are no longer your own, neither are your choices. And that's exactly where the manipulator wants you. Level 66, Sleep Deprivation. Sleep deprivation is more than just exhaustion. It's a powerful manipulation tool that breaks down your mental defenses, emotional regulation, and critical thinking. In dark psychology, it's used to destabilize, disorient, and ultimately control. Because when you're sleep deprived, you're not just tired, you're vulnerable. This tactic is frequently seen in high-control environments. Cults and extremist groups schedule long meetings, rituals, or training sessions deep into the night. Abusive partners may provoke late-night arguments, pick fights before bed, or keep you awake with emotional chaos. Even manipulative workplaces normalize grind culture, where rest is framed as weakness and overwork as loyalty. The science is simple, but brutal. Lack of sleep impairs judgment, increases suggestibility, and lowers resistance to stress. You're more likely to agree to things you wouldn't normally accept, more prone to emotional reactions, and less capable of recognizing manipulation when it happens. In this weakened state, the manipulator positions themselves as the only source of clarity, comfort, or direction. The advantage is clear. Once you're exhausted, you're easier to mold. You can't think critically. You don't have the energy to push back. You just want relief. And they're happy to provide it for a price. To avoid this tactic, protect your sleep like it's sacred. Watch for patterns where others consistently disrupt your rest, especially if it's paired with emotional manipulation or pressure. Create boundaries around bedtime. Step away from late-night arguments or urgent demands that seem to arise only when you're about to rest. Sleep deprivation doesn't look like mind control, but it acts like it. It doesn't need chains, threats, or lies. All it needs is time. Because once you're running on empty, the manipulator doesn't have to overpower your mind. They just have to wait for it to fall apart on its own. Level 67, Forced Dependency. Forced dependency is a manipulation tactic where the manipulator systematically breaks down a person's independence, emotional, financial, or psychological, until the victim believes they can't function without them. In dark psychology, it's a long game, not about immediate control, but about making escape feel impossible. This often begins under the guise of care or support. Let me handle that for you. Or, you don't need to worry, I'll take care of everything. It seems helpful at first, but slowly the target is discouraged from making decisions, handling finances, or pursuing outside relationships. Skills atrophy. Confidence erodes. The manipulator becomes the sole provider, protector, or source of validation. Common examples include abusive partners who insist on managing all money or decisions, cult leaders who isolate followers from external resources, or even overbearing parents who keep adult children emotionally stunted. In workplaces, it might be a boss who withholds training or experience to keep an employee valuable, but stuck. The advantage for the manipulator is absolute control. A dependent person is less likely to rebel, question authority, or leave. They fear the unknown, believe they're incapable without the manipulator's help, and often feel grateful for the very chains that bind them. To avoid or escape forced dependency, build and maintain your autonomy, especially in areas the manipulator tries to help with. Learn skills, manage your own resources, and keep external connections alive. If someone discourages self-sufficiency under the mask of love or loyalty, take a closer look at their intent. Forced dependency isn't always built through violence. Often it's constructed with comfort over time. But once you rely on someone for everything, they don't have to cage you. You'll stay where you are because you've forgotten how to stand on your own. Level 68, Indoctrination. Indoctrination is the process of implanting a specific set of beliefs, values, or ideologies into someone's mind, while discouraging questioning or alternative perspectives. In dark psychology, it's not about education, it's about obedience. The manipulator doesn't want you to think. They want you to accept without hesitation, resistance, or doubt. This tactic is common in cults, extremist groups, and authoritarian systems, but it also appears in toxic relationships, manipulative families, and controlling workplaces. It often begins subtly. This is the only way that works, or everyone else is lying to you. The victim is slowly immersed in a new belief system while being cut off from external input, news, friends, alternative voices. Over time, these repeated messages shape identity. You no longer believe what they say, you believe in them. Common examples include love bombing in cult recruitment, where intense affection is paired with strict ideology, or abusive partners who slowly reshape their victims' worldview. Only I care about you. In high-control work environments, it may appear as relentless company loyalty talk, discouraging outside opportunities or criticism. The advantage for the manipulator is near total psychological dominance. Once someone is indoctrinated, they police their own thoughts. They defend the system even when it hurts them. Dissent feels like betrayal. Escape feels like heresy. To avoid indoctrination, cultivate critical thinking. Expose yourself to multiple sources of information. If a person or group discourages questions, isolates you from others, or labels all outsiders as enemies, that's not protection, it's control. Healthy belief systems invite questions. Toxic ones punish them. Indoctrination is not about force. It's about faith without examination. And once you believe the manipulator holds the truth, you'll stop looking for it anywhere else. That's when belief stops being yours and starts being a tool used against you. Level 69, Trauma Bonding. Trauma bonding is a psychological trap where a person forms a deep emotional attachment to someone who repeatedly harms them. In the world of manipulation and dark psychology, it's one of the most insidious tools because it turns pain into loyalty and suffering into dependence. The cycle begins with moments of kindness or love, followed by episodes of cruelty, neglect, or manipulation. Then just when the victim is at their lowest, the abuser offers affection again, creating a powerful emotional whiplash. Over time, this unpredictable mix of abuse and reward conditions the victim to cling to the abuser even more tightly, hoping for the return of the good times. Common examples include abusive romantic relationships, where the victim feels unable to leave because of shared history or rare moments of affection. It also shows up in cults or extremist groups that use shame, fear, and conditional love to keep members attached. Even toxic friendships or family dynamics can produce trauma bonds, where emotional chaos is mistaken for deep connection. The manipulator's advantage is total emotional control. The victim becomes addicted to the highs and lows, mistaking manipulation for intimacy. They may even defend their abuser, justify mistreatment, or turn against those trying to help. It's not weakness, it's programming. To escape trauma bonding, recognize the pattern, not just the person. Keep a journal to track cycles of abuse and affection. Talk to someone outside the dynamic, a friend, therapist, or support group. And most importantly, understand. Love doesn't require pain, and connection shouldn't feel like survival. Trauma bonding convinces you that the person hurting you is also the only one who can heal you. But that's the lie it feeds on. And once you see it for what it is, you can begin to break free. Level 70, Creating Scapegoats. Creating scapegoats is a manipulative tactic where blame, guilt, or responsibility is unfairly shifted onto another person, often the most vulnerable, so the real manipulator can avoid accountability and maintain control. In dark psychology, the scapegoat becomes a convenient distraction, a lightning rod for frustration, and a shield for the manipulator's own flaws. This tactic is used in families, workplaces, social groups, and authoritarian systems. A toxic parent might consistently blame one child for family conflict, labeling them the problem to avoid confronting their own dysfunction. In the workplace, a manager may point to an underperforming employee whenever leadership questions arise, regardless of whether the issues are systemic. Even cults and abusive groups use external enemies or internal traitors to keep members united and emotionally dependent. Scapegoating serves several key purposes. It deflects criticism, preserves the manipulator's image, and keeps others in fear of being the next target. It also creates a false sense of control. If everything is their fault, then no one questions deeper issues. And for the group, blaming a scapegoat can provide emotional release, bonding through shared hostility rather than truth. To avoid being caught in or complicit with scapegoating, always question narratives that place all blame on one person, especially when the accuser benefits. Watch for patterns, repeated targeting, exaggerated faults, or situations where the guilty party isn't allowed to defend themselves. Seek the bigger picture before taking sides. If you are being scapegoated, document everything. Get outside perspectives and remind yourself, being blamed doesn't mean being guilty. Creating scapegoats isn't just about assigning blame. It's about rewriting reality. And once someone else becomes the permanent villain, the real manipulator walks free, hidden behind the smoke of a lie everyone was told to believe. Level 71, Controlled Access to Food or Comfort. Controlled access to food, rest, affection, or basic comfort is a subtle yet powerful form of manipulation rooted in dark psychology. By regulating the essentials of well-being, the manipulator establishes dominance. not through force, but through need. When comfort becomes a privilege instead of a right, the victim learns to obey just to survive. This tactic appears in abusive relationships, cults, authoritarian households, and even toxic workplaces. A partner may withhold meals during arguments or only cook when they're being obeyed. Cult leaders often restrict food and sleep to weaken resistance and increase compliance. In work environments, bosses may tie breaks, snacks, or time off to arbitrary performance metrics, making basic needs feel like earned rewards rather than human necessities. The result is learned dependency. The victim begins to associate nourishment or rest with approval. Over time, they'll suppress their own needs, desires, and even identity just to keep the peace and gain a small comfort. The manipulator, in turn, becomes the gatekeeper of relief, both the source of suffering and the only path to respite. This creates a powerful psychological bind. You become grateful for things that should never have been withheld in the first place. To avoid or escape this control, recognize when basic needs are being used as leverage. Food, sleep, affection, and personal comfort should never be contingent on obedience or emotional submission. If someone makes you feel guilty for asking to rest, eat, or be warm, question their intent, not your worth. Healthy relationships and environments respect your humanity. Manipulative ones exploit it. Controlled access to comfort isn't about care. It's about control. And when your body is starving or your mind is worn down, the manipulator doesn't have to break your will. They just have to be the only one holding the keys to relief. Level 72, Perpetual Guilt Loops. A perpetual guilt loop is a manipulative cycle where someone is made to feel endlessly guilty, no matter what they do. It's not about right or wrong. It's about keeping the target emotionally trapped, constantly apologizing, and forever trying to make up for something that was never fully defined in the first place. In dark psychology, guilt becomes a leash, and the manipulator holds the other end. This tactic often starts with small criticisms, framed as concern. I just feel like you don't care, after all I've done for you. Over time, it evolves into chronic emotional debt. Even when the victim tries to fix things, it's never enough. The rules shift. The offense is reinterpreted. The guilt is renewed. Common examples include toxic partners who constantly revisit past arguments, never letting them die, or parents who make their children feel indebted for being raised. In cult-like environments, guilt is institutionalized. Followers are told they are inherently flawed, and only the group can absolve them. For the manipulator, the advantage is psychological domination. A guilty person is more obedient, more eager to please, and less likely to rebel. Guilt drains self-worth and erodes the ability to trust one's own judgment. Eventually, the victim internalizes the blame, punishing themselves without prompting. To break free, recognize the pattern, not just the words. If you're always apologizing but never forgiven, something is wrong. Set emotional boundaries. Ask yourself, am I guilty, or am I being made to feel that way? Healthy people allow for resolution. Manipulators don't. Because keeping you in a guilt loop means keeping you under control. Perpetual guilt isn't accountability, it's imprisonment. And once you learn to separate real remorse from manufactured shame, you reclaim the power to walk away unapologetically. Level 73, Ritual Humiliation. Ritual humiliation is a dark manipulation tactic that uses repeated deliberate embarrassment to degrade a person's self-worth. while reinforcing the manipulator's dominance. It's not just a one-time insult. It's a performance, often done in front of others, where the target is mocked, belittled, or shamed as a form of psychological conditioning. This tactic is commonly used in abusive relationships, toxic friend groups, cults, hazing rituals, and authoritarian workplaces. It might look like a partner constantly making jokes at your expense in front of others, a group repeatedly teasing someone for a perceived weakness, or a leader forcing public apologies or confessions to assert control. In cults or extremist systems, members may be made to confess sins or flaws in front of the group, reinforcing submission and hierarchy. The purpose is twofold: to destroy the victim's self-image and to demonstrate the manipulator's absolute power. Over time, the victim internalizes the shame and begins to believe they deserve this treatment. The audience, meanwhile, whether peers or bystanders, learns that stepping out of line has consequences. For the manipulator, ritual humiliation reinforces control through fear, compliance, and dependency. It creates a hierarchy where the only escape from shame is submission. To avoid or escape this tactic, recognize that humiliation is not discipline or tough love. It's abuse. Pay attention to how often you're made to feel small in front of others. If someone routinely crosses your boundaries and hides behind just joking, they're not teasing, they're training. Protect your dignity like your life depends on it. Because psychologically, it does. Healthy relationships build you up in private and in public. Manipulative ones tear you down for sport. And once humiliation becomes routine, silence becomes complicity. Break the cycle before it breaks you. Level 74, Forced Loyalty Oaths. Forced loyalty oaths are explicit or implied demands for unwavering allegiance, used by manipulators to solidify control and eliminate dissent. In dark psychology, loyalty isn't earned, it's extracted. These oaths often appear in the form of verbal promises, public declarations, or symbolic acts that bind the victim emotionally, socially, or psychologically to the manipulator. This tactic shows up in abusive relationships, where a partner might say, "Promise you'll never leave me, no matter what." In cults or extremist groups, members are made to renounce outsiders, swear allegiance to a leader, or participate in rituals that demonstrate loyalty. Even in workplaces or social circles, manipulators may push for declarations like, "You're either with us or against us," forcing people to choose sides without nuance. The goal isn't trust, it's submission. Once someone publicly pledges loyalty, it becomes harder to question or leave without feeling like a traitor. The manipulator gains a powerful tool: guilt. Breaking the oath, even for good reason, now carries emotional weight. And with that weight comes control. The advantage for the manipulator is long-term obedience. Loyalty oaths lock people in, isolate them from alternative perspectives, and make them emotionally invested in defending the very system that traps them. It weaponizes commitment. To avoid this trap, be wary of anyone who demands unconditional loyalty, especially early in a relationship, group, or cause. Healthy bonds allow for disagreement, freedom, and growth. Loyalty built on coercion isn't loyalty, it's captivity. Ask yourself, am I being asked to be loyal to a person or to an idea that cannot be questioned? Real trust doesn't require a vow. And once you're forced to promise loyalty, you're not being honored, you're being owned. Recognize the difference and reclaim your right to walk away. Level 75, Thought Policing. Thought policing is a dark psychological tactic where individuals are manipulated into monitoring, suppressing, or punishing their own thoughts, usually to conform to a specific belief system or to avoid perceived consequences. The goal isn't just behavioral control, it's mental submission. When someone polices their own thoughts, the manipulator no longer needs to enforce rules. They live rent-free inside the victim's mind. This tactic often appears in cults, authoritarian environments, and toxic relationships. Common phrases include, "Even thinking that is wrong." "If you truly loved me, that thought wouldn't cross your mind." Real believers don't even question this. Over time, victims learn to repress doubts, guilt themselves for natural emotional responses, and fear their own inner dialogue. They internalize the rules so deeply that they correct themselves before the manipulator even speaks. In high-control groups, thought policing is often reinforced with confessions, group surveillance, or teachings that equate thoughts with sins. In relationships, it might show up as a partner, punishing imagined disloyalty. "I know what you're thinking." The result is a psychological prison with invisible bars. The advantage for the manipulator is maximum control with minimal effort. When victims start regulating their own thoughts, they become passive, obedient, and emotionally isolated. The internal critic replaces the external enforcer. To avoid falling into this trap, recognize that thoughts are not crimes. You're not responsible for every passing feeling or mental question, only for how you choose to act. Surround yourself with people who encourage reflection and nuance, not conformity and fear. Thought policing isn't about protecting values. It's about suppressing identity. And once someone convinces you to fear your own mind, they don't need to control your behavior. You'll do it for them and thank them for the privilege. Level 76, Surveillance-Based Control. Surveillance-based control is a psychological manipulation tactic where individuals are influenced or outright controlled by the constant threat of being watched. It's not just about security cameras or spyware. It's about the power that observation gives to those in control. When people believe their actions are being monitored, they tend to self-regulate, conform, and suppress behaviors that could attract negative attention. Over time, the mere idea of surveillance becomes enough to keep them in line. This tactic is everywhere. Governments install CCTV cameras on every street corner for public safety. Employers monitor employee emails and computer activity to boost productivity. Parents install apps to track their children's every move. Even social media platforms use algorithmic tracking to manipulate user behavior, feeding you what keeps you scrolling while learning everything about you. The advantage this gives the watcher is immense. Control without confrontation. People adjust their behavior voluntarily when they know they're being observed. It's obedience without a raised voice, power without physical force. It creates a psychological prison where the bars are invisible, but just as real. Avoiding surveillance-based control starts with awareness. Ask, who's watching you and why? Limit the data you give away. Turn off app permissions, cover your webcam, use encryption, and be selective about what you share online. Most importantly, reclaim your mental space. Learn to recognize when your actions are being shaped by fear of observation and challenge it. True freedom isn't just physical, it's psychological. And sometimes, the most effective chains are the ones you never see. Level 77, Forced Moral Relativism. Forced moral relativism is a dark psychological tactic where manipulators blur the lines between right and wrong to justify harmful behavior, or to make their victims question their own moral compass. It's not about genuine philosophical debate. It's about weaponizing ambiguity to destabilize, confuse, and ultimately control. The core idea is simple. If everyone has their own truth, then no action is truly wrong. The abuser becomes just misunderstood. The corrupt leader is doing what's necessary. The manipulator isn't hurting you. They just see the world differently. By convincing you that there are they moral absolutes, they erode your ability to stand up for yourself. If nothing is objectively wrong, then what's the point in resisting? This tactic shows up in abusive relationships, toxic workplaces, cults, and propaganda. A gaslighting partner may say, "You're too sensitive. Other people wouldn't react that way." A corrupt boss might justify exploitation by saying, "That's just how business works." Political regimes use it to rewrite history, flip narratives, and make the most grotesque actions seem like a matter of perspective. The advantage for the manipulator is control through confusion. When you question your own ethics, your voice gets quieter, and theirs gets louder. It breaks down resistance, isolates the target, and gives the user a blank moral canvas to paint their version of truth. To fight back, anchor yourself. Define your own core values and revisit them often. Educate yourself on manipulation tactics so you name them when they appear. Seek outside perspectives, preferably from people not entangled in the manipulator's web. Truth may be complex, but it's not infinitely bendable. In the wrong hands, everyone's right in their own way becomes a weapon, used to make sure only one person wins. Level 78, Us vs. Them Conditioning. Us vs. Them Conditioning is a psychological manipulation strategy that creates artificial divisions between groups to strengthen loyalty, obedience, and emotional investment in one side, usually the manipulators. At its core, this tactic simplifies the world into two camps. We are good, they are bad. It feeds tribalism, heightens emotion, and shuts down critical thinking. You see this tactic in politics, where parties paint the opposition as evil or dangerous, not just different. In cults, outsiders are demonized while members are praised as enlightened. In toxic workplaces, leaders might say, "We're the only ones who work hard. Everyone else is lazy." Online, echo chambers thrive by reinforcing us versus them thinking, breeding hostility and blind allegiance. The advantage this gives the manipulator is powerful. Once people buy into the binary, they'll do almost anything to defend their side, even if it goes against their own values. It creates unity through fear and hate, fosters dependence on group identity, and makes dissent feel like betrayal. Morality becomes secondary to loyalty. Questioning the group isn't just risky, it's treason. Avoiding us versus them conditioning starts with skepticism. Whenever someone frames a situation in black and white terms, ask yourself, what's being left out? Challenge narratives that rely solely on emotion, fear, or blame. Engage with different perspectives, even uncomfortable ones, and seek common ground over conflict. Most importantly, stay aware of your own biases. No one is immune to tribal thinking. The moment you stop asking questions and start choosing sides blindly, someone else is thinking for you. And in the world of dark psychology, that's exactly what they want. Because the more divided we are, the easier we are to lead. not with reason, but with fear. Level 79. Implanted false memories. Implanted false memories are one of the most insidious tools in the manipulator's arsenal. By subtly distorting past events, or inserting entirely fabricated ones, a manipulator can alter how you see yourself, others, and the world around you. Over time, these lies become your truth. And once your perception of the past is rewritten, your future decisions can be shaped without you even realizing it. This isn't science fiction. It happens in abusive relationships, where a partner insists you always overreacted, even when you remember being calm. In cults or authoritarian regimes, history is rewritten so that only the leader appears righteous. Even in family dynamics, toxic parents may insist a traumatic event never happened, or claim you're remembering it wrong, making the victim doubt their own mind. The advantage to the manipulator is psychological domination. By controlling your memories, they control the narrative. And if they control the narrative, they control you. It erodes trust in yourself, making you increasingly dependent on their version of reality. Over time, you may even defend the very person who harmed you, convinced they've always had your best interests at heart. Avoiding implanted false memories starts with documentation. Keep journals, photos, or messages to anchor yourself in verifiable truth. Speak to others who shared the same experiences to cross-reference memories. Pay attention to when your version of events is constantly questioned, especially if it benefits someone else. Most importantly, trust the discomfort. If something feels wrong, but someone is working overtime to convince you otherwise, that's a red flag. Your memory may not be perfect, but your instincts are rarely lying. In the shadows of manipulation, reality becomes fluid. But when someone tries to change your past, what they're really after is control over your present. Don't give it to them. Level 80. Fear-based loyalty. Fear-based loyalty is a manipulative tactic where allegiance is built not through respect, trust, or admiration, but through fear. It's not about love or shared purpose. It's about control. The message is clear: stay loyal or face the consequences. This tactic shows up in abusive relationships, where a partner threatens emotional withdrawal, humiliation, or violence if you leave or disobey. In authoritarian regimes, citizens remain silent not because they agree, but because dissent means punishment. In toxic workplaces, employees stay loyal to abusive managers because speaking out means losing their job or being blacklisted. Even in families, fear-based loyalty can form when love is conditional, obey, or you're not worthy of affection. For the manipulator, this form of loyalty is incredibly effective. It creates compliance without needing to earn it. The fear of consequences makes people second-guess themselves, suppress their own needs, and defend the very person they fear. It ensures silence, submission, and sometimes even admiration, all rooted in survival rather than genuine connection. Avoiding fear-based loyalty starts with recognizing when your actions are driven by anxiety instead of choice. Ask yourself, if I wasn't afraid, would I still stay loyal? Surround yourself with people who support autonomy, not obedience. Learn to set boundaries and seek help when those boundaries are violated. True loyalty is voluntary. It thrives in spaces of trust, not tension. When someone demands your loyalty but punishes your independence, they don't want a relationship. They want a hostage. Fear can make obedience look like devotion. But under the surface, it's not loyalty, it's survival. And nobody deserves to live their life walking on eggshells for someone else's power trip. Level 81. Masking empathy. Masking empathy is a manipulation technique where someone pretends to care deeply for others, not out of genuine emotion, but to gain trust, access, and influence. These individuals use the appearance of compassion as camouflage, disguising selfish or harmful intentions behind a facade of warmth and understanding. They don't feel your pain, they exploit it. You'll find masked empathy in manipulative relationships, where someone showers you with comfort and understanding, only to later weaponize your vulnerabilities. In toxic workplaces, a manager may care about your well-being, but use it to guilt you into staying late or taking on more than you should. In cults or extremist groups, leaders often present themselves as deeply empathetic, acting like they're the only ones who truly get you, all while isolating you from the outside world. The advantage for the manipulator is immense. By appearing empathetic, they disarm your defenses, you open up, you trust, you become emotionally invested, and once you're hooked, they have the perfect leverage: your emotions, your secrets, your belief that they care. Avoiding this trap means watching for consistency. Genuine empathy isn't selective, transactional, or temporary. It doesn't disappear when it's inconvenient. Ask yourself, does this person still support me when I say no? Do they respect my boundaries? If empathy turns to guilt trips, gaslighting, or silent treatment, it was never real to begin with. Trust is earned, not performed. And while kindness can be a bridge, it can also be bait. In the world of dark psychology, the most dangerous predators don't growl, they smile. So when someone seems too understanding, too perfect, or always says the right thing, pause. Real empathy uplifts, masked empathy controls. Learn the difference before your heart becomes their weapon. Level 82. False identity creation. False identity creation is a manipulation tactic where someone fabricates a persona to gain trust, power, or influence. This isn't just lying about small details. It's constructing an entire version of themselves designed to appeal to your emotions, desires, and vulnerabilities. Behind the mask is not who they are, but who they need to be to get what they want. This is common in romance scams, where someone pretends to be a charming, successful partner online to extract money or attention. It's also used in cults, where leaders present themselves as wise, humble, or divinely chosen, while hiding deep narcissism or abusive tendencies. Even in social circles or workplaces, people may create exaggerated identities, playing the victim, the hero, or the expert, to manipulate group dynamics and maintain control. The advantage is powerful. By controlling how they are perceived, the manipulator controls how people respond to them. Trust becomes easy to earn. Doubt becomes harder to raise. The false identity shields them from accountability and gives them access to people, opportunities, and secrets they would never earn authentically. To avoid this trap, watch for inconsistencies. Do their stories shift over time? Do their actions match their words? Do they isolate you from others or discourage fact-checking? Real people have flaws, contradictions, and a history that makes sense. Fabricated identities often rely on emotional speed, getting you to trust before you think. Protect yourself by verifying. Ask questions. Don't ignore red flags just because someone feels right. And remember, true connection takes time to build. If someone appears too perfect, they might be exactly that, an appearance. In the world of dark psychology, identity is currency, and some people will spend a lie to buy your loyalty. Don't sell it cheap. Level 83, Strategic Identity Mirroring. Strategic identity mirroring is a manipulation tactic where someone deliberately imitates your personality, interests, values, or even trauma to create the illusion of deep connection. It's not coincidence, it's calculated. By reflecting your identity back at you, the manipulator earns trust, bypasses skepticism, and makes you feel truly seen. But the person you're bonding with, often they don't exist. You'll see this in emotionally abusive relationships, where early interactions feel magical. We're so alike. You get me like no one else. In reality, the manipulator is mirroring your language, opinions, and behaviors to hook you in. It happens in cult recruitment, too, where leaders echo your doubts, fears, or spiritual beliefs to make you feel like you found a kindred soul. Even in corporate manipulation, strategic mirroring helps salespeople and con artists build fast rapport by mimicking tone, body language, and emotional triggers. The advantage for the manipulator is access. When someone feels like your twin flame, best friend, or long-lost soulmate, your guard drops. You share more. You overlook warning signs. You trust faster. And once the manipulator has what they want, control, affection, money, loyalty, the mask often slips. Avoiding this trap requires slowing down. Real connection takes time, and true similarity includes disagreements, not perfect reflection. Be cautious of anyone who agrees with everything, mimics your every move, or tries to accelerate emotional intimacy unnaturally fast. Notice how they act with others. Do they mirror everyone? Ask yourself, are they real, or just a reflection of me? Strategic mirroring is the art of becoming your shadow, so you'll never notice the knife. In dark psychology, the most effective manipulation doesn't feel like manipulation at all. It feels like love, trust, and fate, until it's too late. Level 84, Constructing Echo Chambers. An echo chamber is a psychological environment where only one set of beliefs, opinions, or narratives is reinforced, while all others are filtered out or discredited. When someone constructs an echo chamber intentionally, it's not about creating a safe space, it's about control. In dark psychology, echo chambers are powerful tools for shaping perception, silencing doubt, and turning critical thinkers into obedient followers. You'll find echo chambers in cults, where outside information is labeled evil or corrupt. In toxic relationships, the manipulator may isolate you from friends or family who challenge their influence. Online, social media algorithms often amplify views you already agree with, making it easy for influencers or leaders to build digital echo chambers that reward loyalty and punish dissent. Even in group dynamics, manipulative leaders surround themselves with yes men who parrot their ideas, creating the illusion of consensus. The advantage for the manipulator is total narrative control. When opposing views are silenced or ridiculed, the manipulator's truth becomes the truth. Followers become emotionally invested, hostile to outside perspectives, and more likely to obey, defend, or even radicalize, believing they're doing it of their own free will. To avoid falling into an echo chamber, actively seek out different perspectives. Listen to opposing arguments even when uncomfortable. Ask, am I being encouraged to question? or just to agree. Watch for environments where disagreement is punished, not debated. And most importantly, stay connected to diverse voices, friends, media, and communities outside your immediate bubble. An echo chamber doesn't just trap your opinions, it reshapes your identity. And in the hands of a skilled manipulator, it becomes a padded prison where comfort replaces truth and loyalty becomes law. Don't just listen to the loudest voice. Listen for the ones that were silenced. Level 85, playing rescuer to appear savior-like. Playing the rescuer is a manipulative tactic where someone positions themselves as your savior, not out of genuine care, but to build power, dependence, and control. On the surface, they're helpful, generous, even heroic. But beneath it lies a darker motive, to make you need them, trust them, and feel indebted to them. You'll see this in toxic relationships where a partner swoops in during your vulnerable moments, offering comfort, solutions, and safety, only to later weaponize that help. After everything I've done for you, they'll say, expecting loyalty or silence in return. In workplaces, manipulative managers may save employees from problems they quietly created themselves, gaining praise while reinforcing their authority. Even in friendships, some people thrive on rescuing others so they can feel superior, irreplaceable, or morally elevated. The advantage for the manipulator is layered. By becoming your solution, they avoid scrutiny and build emotional leverage. They can steer decisions, limit your independence, and foster dependence, all while looking like the good guy. The more they save you, the less you question them, and the more you doubt your own strength. To avoid this trap, examine the pattern. Is the rescuer always nearby when things go wrong? Do they expect praise or loyalty after helping? Do they discourage you from solving things on your own? True support empowers. Manipulation disguises control as care. Set boundaries, accept help without surrendering autonomy, and pay attention to whether your confidence is growing or shrinking under their protection. Not all heroes wear capes, some wear masks. And in the world of dark psychology, the most dangerous manipulators don't hurt you directly. They convince you that you can't survive without them. But you can. You always could. You just forgot. Because they needed you to. Level 86, discarding after control. Discarding after control is a brutal manipulation tactic where someone gains your trust, exploits your emotions, drains your energy, and then throws you away the moment you no longer serve their purpose. In dark psychology, it's not just abandonment, it's calculated disposal. The manipulator never cared about you, only about what they could extract from you. This tactic is common in narcissistic relationships, where a partner love bombs you, gains your devotion, and then suddenly goes cold once you've been emotionally hollowed out. In cults or high-control groups, members who no longer conform are excommunicated and labeled as traitors. In workplaces, toxic leaders may praise and promote employees who over-deliver until burnout or disagreement appears, and then they're pushed out without a second thought. The advantage for the manipulator is efficiency. They get what they want: loyalty, labor, validation, without investing in real connection. Once you're depleted or start questioning their authority, you're no longer useful. Discarding you also sends a message to others: stay obedient or be replaced. To avoid this trap, watch for conditional affection. Does their interest fade when you're not giving them something? Do they withdraw at the first sign of resistance or independence. Healthy relationships are mutual, not transactional. True connection doesn't vanish when your usefulness does. Guard your energy. Build self-worth that isn't tied to someone else's approval. And remember, being discarded says more about them than it ever did about you. In the manipulator's world, people are tools, valued only for what they provide. But you are not disposable. And the moment you recognize your worth, you take back the power they hoped you'd never find. Because in the end, the one they truly discarded was themselves. Level 87, Reverse Gaslighting. Reverse gaslighting is a twisted manipulation tactic where the manipulator flips the script, making you question your judgment, not because you've been too critical, but because you've been too perceptive. Instead of denying your reality outright, they weaponize it against you by claiming you're the one doing the harm. They don't say, "That never happened." They say, "I can't believe you'd think I'd do that to you." In romantic relationships, a cheating partner might accuse you of being paranoid or abusive simply for asking questions. In toxic friendships, a person might say, "You're always assuming the worst of me," after repeatedly violating your boundaries. Even in the workplace, a manipulative boss might claim you're making them feel unsafe for holding them accountable. The manipulator plays the victim, deflecting attention from their behavior by turning your confrontation into an attack. They cry, retreat, or accuse, causing you to doubt your instincts, question your tone, and often apologize for things they did. Over time, you begin to censor yourself. You walk on eggshells. You start thinking maybe you're the problem. The advantage here is control through emotional inversion. If they can make you feel guilty for catching on, you'll stop catching on. They maintain power, avoid accountability, and keep you tangled in confusion and self-doubt. To defend against reverse gaslighting, trust patterns over performances. One tearful apology doesn't erase a string of betrayals. Keep track of facts, seek outside perspectives, and notice when someone's pain only seems to surface when they're being challenged. Not everyone who cries is a victim, and not every confrontation is cruelty. In the world of dark psychology, truth isn't denied, it's reversed. Don't let empathy blind you to manipulation. Sometimes the real victim is the one being convinced otherwise. Level 88, Social Reputation Sabotage. Social reputation sabotage is a manipulative tactic where someone deliberately damages your image in the eyes of others to isolate, discredit, or control you. It's not a physical attack, it's psychological warfare, fought with whispers, half-truths, and strategically planted doubt. The goal is simple: make others question you before you can ever question them. This often plays out in toxic friendships or relationships, where a manipulator quietly tells others that you're unstable, jealous, or abusive, often while playing the concerned victim. In the workplace, a colleague might spread rumors to undermine your credibility or position you as difficult to work with. In group settings or online communities, reputation sabotage can be as subtle as exclusion or as overt as character assassination. The advantage for the manipulator is twofold: isolation and narrative control. Once your reputation is tarnished, your voice carries less weight. You lose allies, support, and the benefit of the doubt. The manipulator, meanwhile, comes out looking concerned, innocent, or even heroic. They damage you without confrontation. often without you even knowing where it started. To avoid or counter this tactic, build strong, direct relationships with the people around you. Be transparent, communicate clearly and calmly if rumors start circulating. Document interactions if things escalate, especially in professional environments. And if someone consistently tries to pit people against each other or shift blame away from themselves, pay attention. That's not drama, that's strategy. Most importantly, trust your gut. When your world starts shifting and people pull away without clear reason, someone might be pulling strings in the background. In dark psychology, reputation isn't just a social asset, it's a weapon. And when used against you, it cuts silently. But with awareness and truth on your side, you can reclaim the narrative before it becomes your cage. Level 89, Charm Offensive. A charm offensive is a calculated manipulation tactic where someone overwhelms you with likability, attention, and charisma to lower your defenses and gain influence. It's not kindness, it's strategy. The manipulator weaponizes charm to bypass suspicion, fast-track trust, and position themselves as indispensable, irresistible, or untouchable. This tactic is common in abusive relationships, where the manipulator starts off as unbelievably attentive, showering their target with compliments, gifts, and emotional validation. In the workplace, it can show up as a manager who flatters subordinates to mask exploitation or disarm complaints. In politics and public life, charm offensives are used to distract from corruption or controversial decisions, replacing scrutiny with smiles. The key advantage for the manipulator is access. Charm buys time. It disarms critical thinking. It makes others feel special, chosen, and emotionally invested. So when red flags appear, they're dismissed as misunderstandings. If the manipulator is exposed, they're often defended. After all, how could someone that nice do something so wrong? To avoid falling for a charm offensive, don't confuse charisma with character. Pay attention to consistency. Do their actions match their words over time? Are they kind to everyone, or only to people they need something from? Do they respect your boundaries, or charm their way around them? Be especially wary of rushed intimacy. Genuine connection takes time, not theatrics. If someone is trying too hard to be everything you want, ask yourself why. In the world of dark psychology, charm isn't always a gift. It's a mask. And behind the practiced smile may be someone who's not interested in you at all, only in what you can give them. So listen to your instincts, not just their compliments. A predator in a suit is still a predator. Level 90, Emotional Possession. Emotional possession is a manipulative tactic where someone tries to claim ownership over your feelings, attention, and emotional energy. It's not about love, care, or connection. It's about control. The manipulator doesn't want to share your heart. They want to own it, dictate how it beats, and punish you when it strays. This shows up in controlling relationships, where a partner demands constant reassurance, resents your time with others, or frames your independence as disloyalty. In friendships, it may look like someone who becomes cold or hostile the moment you invest in other relationships. Even in families, parents can emotionally possess their children by guilting them into sacrifice, obedience, or dependence under the guise of unconditional love. The manipulator's advantage is total emotional dominance. By tying your happiness to their approval, they make you feel guilty for having your own needs, desires, or boundaries. You slowly begin to regulate your emotions around their mood. You apologize for wanting space. You feel selfish for saying no. And over time, your identity starts to shrink until it fits neatly inside their control. To avoid emotional possession, set clear emotional boundaries. It's healthy to care deeply, but not to the point where someone feels entitled to your every thought and feeling. Pay attention to language. Are they saying, "I feel hurt," or "You're not allowed to make me feel this way"? The first is vulnerable. The second is possessive. Remember, love is not ownership. Real connection respects your autonomy, celebrates your growth, and thrives without constant control. In dark psychology, emotional possession hides behind intensity. It feels passionate, consuming, even fated. But it's not love. It's control disguised as closeness. And the moment you confuse devotion with domination, you stop being a person and start becoming property. Don't hand over the keys. Level 91. Weaponizing secrets. Weaponizing secrets is a manipulative tactic where someone gains your trust, encourages vulnerability, and then uses what you've shared as leverage. They don't want to understand you. They want ammunition. Every confession becomes a potential tool, and every moment of honesty becomes a future threat. This is common in toxic relationships, where a partner might later throw your deepest insecurities back at you during arguments. No wonder your last partner left you. In social groups, someone might accidentally let a private detail slip to undermine your credibility. In workplaces, an ambitious coworker might feign support to gain insight, then leak sensitive information to sabotage your position. The manipulator's advantage is power through silence and fear. Once they have your secrets, they hold the upper hand. You're less likely to confront them, less likely to leave, and more likely to comply. Because they know what could ruin you, embarrass you, or isolate you if revealed. And even if they never use the information, the threat is enough to keep you in check. To protect yourself, be cautious with what you share, especially early in a relationship or with people who haven't earned your trust over time. Watch for red flags. Do they gossip about others? Do they push for personal details too quickly? Do they use past confessions against you, even as a joke? Healthy relationships respect privacy and protect vulnerability. Manipulative ones exploit it. In the realm of dark psychology, a secret isn't just information, it's currency. And once you give it away, it can be spent in ways you never intended. Share wisely, trust slowly, and remember, true connection doesn't require you to hand over the sharpest knife someone could turn on you later. Level 92. Creating codependency. Creating codependency is a manipulation tactic where someone makes you emotionally, mentally, or even physically reliant on them. So much so that your sense of self becomes entangled with theirs. It doesn't start with control. It starts with care. They help, support, comfort, until you can't function without them. But make no mistake, this isn't love. It's a slow erasure of your independence. You'll see this in toxic relationships where one partner insists on doing everything for your own good, while subtly discouraging your autonomy. In families, a controlling parent might sabotage a child's confidence, so they'll always need mom or dad. In friendships, someone may become your rock, while quietly isolating you from others who offer different perspectives or support. The manipulator's goal is dependency, not partnership. by making you rely on them for decisions, emotional stability, or even financial support. They become irreplaceable. And when someone feels irreplaceable, they become unquestionable. You stop asking, "Is this healthy?" and start thinking, "What would I do without them?" Avoiding this trap starts with self-awareness. Ask yourself, am I growing or shrinking in this relationship? Do I feel free to make my own choices, or do I feel guilty when I try? True connection empowers you to be more yourself, not less. Build and maintain your own support systems. Keep your identity, hobbies, and friendships alive outside the manipulator's reach. Be wary of anyone who calls your independence selfish or your confidence arrogant. In dark psychology, codependency isn't created overnight. It's cultivated. With every act of help, every guilt trip disguised as love, a cage is built around you. And by the time you realize it, they're holding the key. Don't give them that power. Keep your hands on the lock. Level 93. Emotional sadism. Emotional sadism is one of the darkest forms of manipulation, where someone takes pleasure in your psychological suffering. Unlike outbursts of anger or moments of cruelty, emotional sadism is intentional. The manipulator doesn't just want to win, they want to watch you unravel. They crave the reaction, the pain, the power. This shows up in relationships where a partner deliberately pushes your buttons, then mocks your emotional response. In families, a parent might constantly belittle a child for their own good, enjoying the control disguised as tough love. In friendships or workplaces, emotional sadists may publicly humiliate others, then laugh it off as a joke. The pattern is consistent: provoke, hurt, enjoy, repeat. The advantage this gives the sadist is complete emotional dominance. By inflicting wounds that can't be seen, they keep you in a state of confusion and vulnerability. You become reactive, defensive, unsure of yourself, and easier to manipulate. They get power not through respect, but through your suffering. Every tear, every breakdown, is proof that they control your emotional reality. To protect yourself, trust the pattern over the apology. If someone consistently leaves you feeling worse after interactions, even when they say they didn't mean it, take it seriously. Real love or friendship doesn't involve entertainment at your expense. Set boundaries, limit your exposure, document patterns of abuse if needed, and seek support from others outside the manipulator's influence. Most importantly, don't let them convince you that your pain is your fault. In the realm of dark psychology, emotional sadism is cruelty hidden beneath charm, sarcasm, or even helpfulness. But make no mistake, if someone enjoys your pain, they are not misunderstood. They are dangerous. And the best form of resistance is reclaiming your peace, far from their reach. Level 94. Strategic empathy withdrawal. Strategic empathy withdrawal is a subtle but powerful manipulation tactic where someone deliberately withholds care, compassion, or emotional support, not out of distance or distraction, but as a calculated move to punish, control, or destabilize you. It's the cold silence after an argument, the blank stare when you cry, or the sudden shift from warmth to indifference when you don't comply. The message is clear: your comfort is conditional. This tactic often appears in toxic relationships where affection is given freely, until you express disagreement, set boundaries, or assert independence. In friendships, someone may stop showing up emotionally the moment you stop meeting their unspoken expectations. Even in parent-child dynamics, a parent might shut down emotionally to to guilt a child into obedience. You've disappointed me, so now you get nothing from me. The advantage for the manipulator lies in control through emotional deprivation. When empathy disappears, it creates a vacuum. You start questioning yourself, wondering what you did wrong, craving their validation again. Over time, you learn to tiptoe, to appease, to silence your own needs just to avoid that cold withdrawal. They don't need to yell or threaten. They let your own desperation do the work. To defend against this, recognize the pattern. Real empathy doesn't vanish when it's inconvenient. Withholding compassion as punishment is not emotional regulation, it's manipulation. If you notice someone routinely weaponizing silence or indifference, it's a red flag, not a reflection of your worth. Don't beg for the bare minimum. Build emotional resilience by developing support systems outside the manipulator's reach. Practice self-validation and identify when someone's care comes with strings attached. In dark psychology, love becomes a lever, and the more you chase after it, the more power they hold. The antidote: stop chasing, start choosing yourself. Level 95, Building False Futures. Building false futures is a manipulative tactic where someone paints an idealized vision of the future, not to inspire or motivate, but to control. They promise everything you've ever wanted: love, success, stability, redemption. But the future they describe isn't real. It's a tool, a carrot on a stick, a fantasy used to keep you compliant today. This is common in toxic relationships where a partner says, "We'll get married one day," or "Once things settle down, I'll treat you better." Yet that someday never comes. In cults or ideological groups, leaders promise salvation, transformation, or paradise, but only after endless sacrifice. In workplaces, manipulative managers dangle promotions, raises, or titles, using them to justify overwork and loyalty, despite no real intention of following through. The advantage for the manipulator is delay and distraction. By anchoring your hope in the future, they keep you tolerating the present. You invest more time, more energy, and more trust, waiting for a payoff that's always just out of reach. You become easier to manipulate because you're afraid to lose the future they've promised. To protect yourself, look for consistency between promises and action. Are there real steps being taken toward that future? Or is it always vague, always delayed? Pay attention to patterns. How often do they make future promises to excuse present mistreatment? Set timelines, ask for clarity, and most importantly, judge the relationship based on how they treat you now, not on the fantasy they're selling. In dark psychology, hope is a currency, and false futures are how manipulators keep you paying in time, trust, and loyalty. But no matter how vivid the dream, if it keeps you stuck in pain, it's not a vision, it's a trap. Don't just dream of better, demand it. Level 96, Eliciting Trauma for Power. Eliciting trauma for power is a chilling manipulation tactic where someone deliberately brings up your past pain, not to help you heal, but to control you. They poke at your deepest wounds, knowing exactly where to press to destabilize you, make you vulnerable, and gain influence. It's not about understanding, it's about dominance through emotional sabotage. This often happens in toxic relationships, where a partner might say, "No wonder you have trust issues with everything you've been through," right after betraying your trust. In friendships or families, someone may drag out your childhood trauma during arguments to discredit your reactions. Even therapists, or coaches with hidden agendas may weaponize what you share, making you feel broken so you'll depend on them for validation or guidance. The manipulator advantage lies in psychological leverage. By resurfacing trauma, they lower your defenses and make you more malleable. You're less likely to assert boundaries when overwhelmed with emotion. You're more likely to cling to the person who appears to know you, even if they're the one hurting you. In your most triggered state, you're easier to steer. To protect yourself, notice who consistently brings up your pain and why. Do they offer support and solutions, or do they use it to shift blame and gain sympathy? True empathy is gentle. Weaponized empathy feels invasive, unsettling, and exploitative. Set firm emotional boundaries. Just because someone knows your story doesn't mean they've earned the right to use it. Seek support from people who help you build strength, not those who tear you down accidentally. In dark psychology, trauma isn't something to heal, it's something to use. But your past is not their playground. Reclaim it, guard it, and don't let anyone turn your pain into their power. Level 97, Parasocial Emotional Farming. Parasocial emotional farming is a modern manipulation tactic where someone, usually a public figure, influencer, or online personality, cultivates deep emotional investment from an audience without offering real connection in return. It's a one-way relationship disguised as intimacy, designed to harvest loyalty, attention, and often money. You feel like you know them, but to them, you're part of a crowd, useful only as long as you're giving. This often takes the form of influencers crying on camera, sharing personal trauma, or calling their audience a family. Streamers might vent about loneliness or life struggles to keep viewers emotionally hooked. Some online figures subtly guilt their audience into staying, donating, or defending them. Without you, I'd have nothing. But behind the scenes, it's a performance, a calculated blend of vulnerability and charm to farm emotional labor and build a fan base that's loyal at all costs. The advantage for the manipulator is immense. They gain a devoted audience that defends them, funds them, and sticks around through controversy because the connection feels personal. But it's not. It's content. And your feelings? Just part of the algorithm. To avoid falling into parasocial emotional farming, recognize the boundaries of the relationship. Ask yourself, do they respond to criticism or only praise? Are they building a community or a cult of personality? Be cautious when someone profits from your empathy while offering nothing tangible in return. True creators respect their audience. Manipulators exploit them, engage consciously, support people you enjoy, but don't blur the line between admiration and emotional dependency. You can care without being consumed. In dark psychology, attention is currency, and emotion is the most valuable form of it. If someone is farming your feelings for gain, it's not a relationship. It's a transaction, and you deserve to know the price. Level 98, Harvesting Vulnerability. Harvesting vulnerability is a calculated manipulation tactic where someone encourages you to open up, reveal your fears, traumas, and insecurities, not to support or connect, but to store that information for later use. They make you feel safe, seen, even special, until the mask slips and everything you shared becomes leverage. This tactic is common in abusive relationships, where a partner says, "You can tell me anything," only to later weaponize your confessions in arguments. No wonder your family doesn't talk to you. In toxic friendships, someone may coax out your secrets under the guise of deep bonding, then gossip behind your back, or use them to manipulate social circles. Even in professional environments, a manipulative boss might probe your personal life to exploit your needs or weaknesses under the appearance of mentorship. The advantage to the manipulator is control. By harvesting your vulnerability, they gain insight into what makes you tick, what hurts you, what motivates you, and what you'll do to avoid emotional discomfort. They can tailor their manipulation to your deepest fears, using your own truth to silence, shame, or steer you. To avoid falling into this trap, observe how someone handles vulnerability, both yours and others. Do they gossip? Do they ever use private details as jokes or threats? Be cautious of people who push for personal disclosures early, especially without reciprocating. Real trust takes time and consistency, not pressure. Protect your emotional boundaries. Share gradually, and only with people who have shown they can hold your truth gently, not use it as a weapon. In the realm of dark psychology, your openness can be twisted into a tool against you. But vulnerability isn't the problem, who you give it to is. Choose wisely. Because not every listening ear is there to help. Some are just waiting to strike. Level 99. Erasure of Individuality. Erasure of individuality is a dark manipulation tactic where a person slowly strips away your unique traits, your thoughts, preferences, values, and even your identity, until you become easier to manage, mold, and manipulate. It's not always loud or violent. Sometimes it's as subtle as constant correction, backhanded compliments, or repeated comparisons meant to make you question who you really are. This tactic is common in abusive relationships, where one partner says things like, "You're not really like that," or "You don't need to dress like that anymore." Over time, your personality shrinks to fit what they find acceptable. In cults or extremist groups, individuality is labeled as selfish or disloyal. Members are given new names, rigid roles, and strict rules to follow, until their personal identity is erased in favor of the group's. Even in some workplaces, employees are discouraged from voicing new ideas or expressing themselves to maintain a culture of conformity. The manipulator's advantage is full-spectrum control. By erasing your individuality, they eliminate resistance. There's no need to fight someone who no longer thinks for themselves. You become a reflection of their desires, not your own. To avoid falling into this trap, pay close attention to environments or people that demand uniformity under the guise of improvement, teamwork, or love. Ask yourself, am I growing or just changing to please someone else? Protect your core identity. Maintain personal hobbies, beliefs, and friendships outside the manipulator's influence. Celebrate your differences rather than dulling them to fit in. In the world of dark psychology, sameness isn't harmony, it's submission. And when someone tries to erase who you are, what they're really afraid of is who you might become without them. Stay whole. Stay you. That's your greatest act of resistance. Level 100. Total psychological colonization. Total psychological colonization is the most extreme form of manipulation, where the goal isn't just to influence your thoughts, but to replace them entirely. It's a systematic takeover of your identity, beliefs, perceptions, and values, until your internal world is no longer your own. You don't just follow the manipulator's will, you believe it is your will. This tactic is most visible in cults and extremist movements, where members are subjected to isolation, repetition, and ideological flooding. Over time, they adopt new names, rewrite personal histories, and cut off anyone who reminds them of who they used to be. But it also appears in abusive relationships, where one partner reshapes the other's reality over months or years, dictating what's true, what's moral, and even what's real. The victim begins to say things like, "I would be nothing without them," or "they showed me the truth." The manipulator's advantage is absolute control. Once they've colonized your mind, they don't need force to maintain power. You'll police your own thoughts, silence your own doubts, and defend them even at your own expense. You become both the prisoner and the guard. To avoid this, anchor yourself in multiplicity, maintain diverse connections, seek out differing opinions, and resist isolation, intellectual, emotional, or social. Be wary of anyone who claims to have all the answers or demands exclusive loyalty to their worldview. Pay attention when you start sacrificing who you are for who someone wants you to be. Total psychological colonization doesn't happen overnight. It's a slow erosion of self under the guise of transformation. But no belief system, no leader, no relationship should cost you your identity. In the world of dark psychology, the ultimate conquest isn't land or money. It's you. Guard your mind like territory, because once it's taken, it's not easily reclaimed.